conference, workshop, seminar, research, Ki Hajar Dewantara Award,
SEAMEO QITEP in Science, a place where science education is getting closer to everyday life.
It's time to open our eyes to a bright and promising future. We'll rise to the call of the times and create a stronger tomorrow. Let's start to make a difference, teaching everyone to learn. Through science, health and technology, we will share our expertise. By promoting knowledge and policies, we can build a better world. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green. Here at SEAMEO, building the future is our legacy. We'll achieve our goals through partnership, creating opportunities. By working hand in hand, we can accomplish all our dreams. For a better quality of life is now within our reach. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green. Here at SEAMEO, building the future is our legacy. Let us take a stand for our visions of hope, making future plans for the people to grow in a life filled with happiness and green. Here at SEAMEO, building the future is our legacy. Building the future is our legacy. At SEAMEO,
Just like the morning sun, the source of life. We were established to be the center of excellence in professional development of teachers and education personnel in science towards the sustainable development in Southeast Asia. Here we are, SEAMEO QITEP in science. We provide relevant and quality programs.
Good afternoon, our respectful guests, ladies and gentlemen. For all guests and attendees who are attending virtually are required to make sure that your camera is on and your microphone is muted. Use the virtual background that has been provided, or you may use the clean background. Please name your Zoom account using the following format: institution-full name. And also, we would like to encourage everyone to take a survey for certificates. So please kindly click the link we're about to give you on the chat box. Thank you. wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Good afternoon and welcome to Day 2 of Climate Change Education Virtual Conference 2022. My name is Selfin Janita and it is my pleasure to be your MC for this event. For your information, our event today complies with COVID-19 health protocols. Our teams and all personnel involved has taken swab tests and we're keeping a safe physical distance throughout this event. So please allow me to take off my mask. And before we start, allow us to extend our warmest and heartiest welcome to those who are joining us virtually. The Honorable Dr. Ice Khadijah, Executive Chair of Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO. Dr. Faye Cruz, Head of Regional Climate System Laboratory or IPCC. Dr. Lorsari Barantaklan, Scientist and Educator from the Philippines. Ms. Mathilde Trisoa, Education Officer, Officer for Climate Education or OCE. Dr. Simon Klein, Science Officer, Office for Climate Education or OCE. Mr. M. Randi Fananta, MPD, Educator in Kelas Lentera Court. Our moderator for today's panel discussion, the Anjar Dwi Astono. Our panelists, Ms. Nilu Wayan Puri Wahyuni from Indonesia, Mr. Sarayut Chanakom from Thailand, Ms. Arlene Ibanez from the Philippines, Dr. Chong Kui Kian from Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Libby Sujesi, Dr. Ethel Agnes P. Valenzuela, Director of the SEAMEO Secretariat or the representative. And also, welcome to all participants who already joined us through our Zoom room or YouTube channel. Welcome once again. We also would like to thank our lead partners, Pusat Belajar Guru Kudus or PBG Kudus, Tanoto Foundation, Bank Central Asia, Fork International, and Dexa Medica. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still continuing from yesterday, and for today's second day of Climate Change Education Virtual Conference 2022, we will hear the welcome remarks from Dr. Ice Khadijah, the Executive Chair of Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ice Khadijah. Good afternoon, Dr. Ice. How are you today? I'm very sorry, Dr. Ice. It seems that your microphone is still muted. Would you please check your microphone once again? Okay,
no,
we can hear
I
you.
think it's on.
Yes, we can hear you now. I'm very sorry.
No, I think it's on already.
Yes, it's on. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Ice, we hope you're doing great.
Thank you so much. I'm doing great.
We're so happy to have you today. So please, Dr. Ice, you may proceed to give our welcoming remarks.
Thank you, I will. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. It's indeed my pleasure to meet all of you virtually today, talking about an important life issue, climate change. I thank the Office of Climate Education, Saka Guru Pratama Foundation, and SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Science to organizing this event. The topic on climate change is dear to our hearts, no matter where we live. Climate change determines how we live today and in the future. Even one day, it might determine how we live in the future. Let me start by saying one quote by Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist monk and peace activist from Vietnam. He says, "You carry Mother Earth within you. She is not outside you. Mother Earth is not just your environment." I think this quote suited so much about what we are talking about this last 2 days. We all are aware of global warming and how it results in climate change in Southeast Asia itself, which will experience a range of worsening conditions and disasters, including dangerous heat waves, intense rain events, powerful tropical cyclones, and coastal cities inundated by rising sea levels. And tons of further effects might be happening in the future. Southeast Asia is a home to nearly 15% of the world's tropical forests, yet they are disappearing at a higher rate than anywhere else on the planet. Of course, I will not discuss further about the horrors that occurred, but I would welcome to sit down here to jointly contribute to the efforts aimed at raising awareness about the importance of climate change education in climate change mitigation and adaptation towards integrating CCE in the classroom. Topic on climate change might have been part of certain subject matters in school, like science, and geography. However, message about climate change education should be brought by all teachers of any subject matters. Every single subject matter can include issue on climate change in order that the future generation who will heritage the earth develop their full awareness on how important it is to save the earth. Indonesian National Commission for UNESCO, my office, will initiate a program, One Teacher, One Environment Message, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology. One way to start awareness in caring for the environment is to integrate knowledge into the students' learning environment through methods and their application to students from the earliest possible age. It's important to adjust and make students understand in the simplest possible way and contextual to their surrounding. UNESCO Associated School Network, known as ASP.NET, a driver for innovation and quality in education, is recognized as an effective tool for reaching target 4.7 on global citizenship education and education for Sustainable Development Goal 4, Education 2030. As a forward-looking network, the ASP.NET strives to introduce new issues and concerns in the classroom and in communities to better prepare children and youth to address current and future challenges. Education for sustainable development and climate change are the top priority for ASP.NET to help reorient education worldwide and build more sustainable communities. Whole institution approach are particularly known as promising mechanism for integrating ESD into education holistically. The whole institution approach to ESD and climate change implies mainstreaming sustainability into all activities of the school, including the reorientation of teaching content and methodology, green campus and facility management, school governance, as well as cooperation with partners and the broader community. This transformative approach mobilizes all school stakeholders as well as partners and communities and empowers children and young people to play an active role in their school families and communities. In closing, let's work together to make this event a success, to prepare showcase tools to integrate CCE in the classroom, serve as a platform for high-level policy debate on CCE, and also give voice to youth from across the region. As the clock ticking, the climate is changing. So it should be us. So let's act together to save our Mother Earth. We cannot work alone. Let's join hands. As Pope Francis exclaimed, the time for seeking global solution is running out. We can find suitable solution only if we act together and in agreement. I wish you all happiness and good health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Icha Khadija. And to highlight what Dr. Icha Khadija just said, let's act together to save our Mother Earth. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Faye Cruz, the head of Regional Climate System Laboratory, the Philippines, to share with us about the facts of climate issues in the region of Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Faye Abigail. Hello, Dr. Faye. How are you today?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
We are great here. Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you. So without further ado, Dr. Faye, the stage is yours.
Okay. I just wanted to check whether you can hear me well and if the presentation that I have sent this morning was the one that you will be presenting, that you will be sharing on my behalf.
We can hear you very well. And for the presentation, we will help you to start the presentation.
Okay. Sorry, can you go to 2 slides after this? I just wanted to check something. And then another one. Okay, so we'll begin at the beginning. Thank you. All right, so apologies for the delay, but I just wanted to greet you all first. A good afternoon, especially to Dr. Khadija, Dr. Samsaman, Ms. Johan, fellow speakers, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Faye Cruz, and I'm a climate scientist at the Manila Observatory in the Philippines. And I am one of the 234 authors from 65 countries of the IPCC Working Group 1 6 Assessment Report, or the AR6. And before I begin, I wish to thank again the conference organizers, the Office for Climate Education, Saka, Guru Pratama Foundation, and SEAMEO Regional Center for QITEP in Science, for this opportunity to present to you today some of the key findings of the AR6 Working Group 1 report. And I will highlight today how climate is changing and will change in Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. This may not be necessary, but I hope you will allow me to just quickly go over some of the basics. Unlike weather, we know that which changes very quickly in time, climate describes conditions over a longer period of time, which could range from several years up to millions of years. And components of the climate system include the atmosphere, the hydrosphere, biosphere, land surface, and cryosphere, as shown here in the figure. And each component has its own processes, but they also interact with each other. Any changes in any of these areas would have an impact on climate. Climate affects our daily lives, but we can also affect climate. And there is increasing evidence, especially in the changes that we are seeing and experiencing in the past 100 years or so, that this cannot be explained just by natural causes. And this is what we will be discussing this afternoon. Next slide, please. One of the key concepts in climate change is the greenhouse effect. A greenhouse has transparent ceilings and walls to allow the sunlight that it receives to pass through and keep the temperatures warm enough for the plants inside the structure to grow even in cold conditions. And similarly, the Earth is like a greenhouse, but instead of the see-through ceilings and walls, we have the atmosphere, which has the greenhouse gases. Examples of greenhouse gases include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, water vapor, among others, which come from both natural sources and also from human activities like industry, waste, energy, forests, agriculture, and transportation. These greenhouse gases are important because they trap some of the heat that we receive from the sun, and it makes it possible for life on Earth, or else it will be too cold for any living thing. Next slide, please. However, too much of a good thing can be bad. If we have a lot of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, more heat is trapped, and this results in warmer conditions. This is what we call the enhanced greenhouse effect. This leads to global warming and to climate change. So typically, when we talk of climate change, we are talking about the changes in climate that are happening because of human activities. Next slide, please. Because of issues concerning climate change, there have been increasing efforts by the scientific community to understand what is happening, why it's happening, and how much is due to human activities, and what will happen in the future. Given all of this research, the IPCC coordinates these regular scientific assessments on the state of the science and impacts of climate change, and propose adaptation and mitigation options to help update policymakers and decision makers as they work to address climate change. No new research is done in these reports. Rather, authors volunteer their time to assess thousands of scientific papers to summarize the current knowledge on climate change. For this report, over 14,000 scientific papers were assessed, and this report has gone through a peer review process. It has been reviewed through several stages, and the report was approved and released last August 2021. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I wish to highlight some of the key findings from the AR6 Working Group 1 report, which focuses on the physical science basis of climate change. The first message is that recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years. Next slide, please. Examples of these unprecedented changes include highest CO2 or carbon dioxide concentration in at least 2 million years, fastest rates in sea level rise in at least 3,000 years, lowest level in Arctic sea ice area in at least 1,000 years, and unprecedented glacier retreat in at least 2,000 years. Next slide, please. Let's have a look at how carbon dioxide or CO2, one of the key greenhouse gases, has changed in time. From 800,000 years ago until the present time, as shown in the figure on the left, we can see ups and downs in the values, but throughout these hundreds of thousands of years, these values are below 300 parts per million or 300 ppm. However, around 1750, when we had the Industrial Revolution, we started to use more machines that used fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. And after this time, we see that CO2 starts to increase, unlike in the past thousands of years. As of 2020, CO2 is estimated to be at 412.5 ppm. As we keep on using fossil fuels and releasing carbon dioxide, as well as other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere increases, as shown on the figure on the right. And it results in an enhanced greenhouse effect, leading to warmer temperatures. Next slide, please. According to the AR6 Working Group 1 report, global surface temperatures have increased at a rate that is unprecedented in at least the last 2,000 years. Each of the past 4 decades has been the warmest on record, and the past 10 years, from 2010 to 2019, is about 1.1 degrees Celsius warmer than in 1850 to 1990. Next slide, please. The second message is that it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall, and droughts, more frequent and severe. Next slide, please. The AR6 Working Group 1 report gives a clear and strong message on the human influence on climate change. One way to show the influence of human activities would be to do calculations using computer models where scientists would look at how temperature and other atmospheric variables and other climatic variables will change if you only consider natural causes and if you also include contributions from human activities. The graph shown here shows that only when we include both contributions from natural causes and human activities that we are able to capture the warming trend that we see in the observation records. Next slide, please. The observed warming in the past decade from 2010 to 2019 has been attributed to human influence with human-caused greenhouse gas emissions, for example, from the burning of fossil fuels as the main driver of global warming. But this is partially offset by the cooling from air pollutants or aerosols. On the other hand, there was very minimal contribution to the observed warming from natural drivers such as the sun and volcanoes, and from internal variability. Next slide, please. Past extreme weather events can also be attributed to human-caused climate change with more certainty. For example, every heat wave that occurs today is made more likely and more intense by human-induced climate change. In Southeast Asia, hot extremes, including heat waves, have become more frequent and more intense since the 1950s, and heavy rainfall events that can lead to flooding have also become more intense. Next slide, please. The third message is that climate change is already affecting every region on Earth in multiple ways. The changes we experience will increase with further warming. Next slide, please. The warming observed in all regions will continue with every increase in global warming. Land areas will warm more than the oceans. The Arctic and Antarctica will warm more than the tropics. From these maps, we see that the temperature changes become larger or higher at 1.5, 2, and 4 degrees of global warming. Next slide, please. However, global warming is not just about increases in temperature. With further warming, rainfall over land is expected to increase. Also, a warmer atmosphere holds more water, which increases evaporation from the surface, leading to more rainfall in some areas, shown here by the green shaded regions in the maps. And it can also lead to further drier conditions in other regions, shown here by the regions that are shaded in brown in the map. Next slide, please. I would just like to note that the report introduced a new concept of climatic impact drivers to help translate the physical changes in climate, for example, heat and cold, wet and dry, winds, coastal flooding, among others, into what they mean to society and ecosystems. It is not just looking at gradual changes in temperature, rainfall, and sea levels, but also to see if these exceed thresholds that can cause severe and that can have severe consequences for people and for different sectors. Next slide, please. The report emphasizes that every amount of warming matters. We will see greater changes in climate, including these climatic impact drivers, at 2 degrees compared to 1.5 degree global warming in most regions, which would be even more widespread and or pronounced above 2 degrees of global warming. This is true for Southeast Asia. Although future warming in the region will be slightly less than the global average, extreme heat events will become more intense and more frequent. Rainfall will generally increase in the northern parts of Southeast Asia, and summer rainfall is projected to decrease in areas in the maritime continent. Extreme precipitation and flooding will become more frequent and more intense. Tropical cyclones affecting the region are projected to be fewer in number but more extreme. Sea level rise will also continue to increase, contributing to shoreline retreat and to coastal flooding, which is a concern for low-lying coastal communities. Compound impacts of climate change, land subsidence, and local human activities will also lead to larger flood extent and prolonged inundation in the Mekong Delta. The report also looked at climate change in cities. In combination with global warming, further urbanization or the expansion of cities can intensify warming, increase the severity of heat waves, increase heavy precipitation over and or downwind of cities, and flooding in coastal cities can be more likely due to the combination of extreme rainfall, more frequent extreme rainfall events, and also more frequent extreme sea level events due to sea level rise and storm surge. Next slide, please. A summary of the observed and future changes in Asia, including Southeast Asia and other regions, can be found in these regional fact sheets, which can be accessed or downloaded from the IPCC website. This outreach product serves as an entry point for the regional information in the Working Group 1 report, since it lists the relevant sections in the chapters of the underlying report, the technical summary, and the interactive atlas if you want more information. I understand that there are also fact sheets being prepared for different sectors. So this will be also made available soon. Also, I'd like to mention that a slide deck, which features most of the slides that I present today, can also be downloaded from the IPCC website for your reference and use. Next slide, please. Another resource available is the Interactive Atlas, which you can access via the website listed here. I've also indicated, oh, it's not there. There's also a link to a YouTube site which gives a brief introduction about the Interactive Atlas. The Interactive Atlas allows for flexible temporal and spatial analysis of trends and changes in key atmospheric and oceanic variables, extreme indices, and what I said about the climatic impact drivers, which were obtained from several global and regional data sets of observations and model output. And this information was used in the AR6 Working Group 1 report. Next slide, please. The last message I'd like to share today is that unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius will be beyond reach. Next slide, please. In AR6, there is a set of 5 illustrative emission scenarios describing scenarios that have very low CO2 emissions to very high CO2 emissions. These scenarios are used to explore the impact of greenhouse gases, land use, and air pollutants on the global climate. As discussed in the previous slides, we need to remember that a 1.5 degree global warming level will limit climate extremes from becoming more extreme. Next slide, please. In this figure showing the temperature change from pre-industrial times or before we can expect to reach or exceed a 1.5 degree global warming level on average in the next 20 years. However, the temperature changes become different after this period depending on future CO2 emissions. Next slide, please. The report indicates that it would still be possible to limit global warming levels below 1.6 degrees, declining to below 1.5 degrees by the end of the century under the very low CO2 emission scenario, and to limit global warming below 2 degrees by end of the century under the low CO2 emission scenario. Next slide, please. This figure shows how much warming by the end of the 21st century is estimated to be contributed by different factors in different scenarios. And we can see that in all scenarios, CO2 is a dominant contributor to the warming more than the other non-CO2 greenhouse gases. And you could also see that aerosols and land use tend to have a cooling effect. Next slide, please. Future emissions cause future additional warming. In this figure, we see how CO2 is projected to change in time under different emission scenarios that would result in the future temperature changes that we saw earlier. Next slide, please. With rapid reductions of greenhouse gas emissions under the very low CO2 emission scenario, where net zero CO2 emissions are achieved around 2050, followed by net negative CO2 emissions, it is extremely likely that global warming can stay below 2 degrees Celsius. However, while CO2 is the dominant greenhouse gas, strong reductions in other greenhouse gas emissions are needed to limit global warming. Reductions in methane, together with strict air pollution controls, would not only benefit climate, but it would also improve air quality. Next slide, please. Many of these changes brought about by climate change are slow processes, especially in the ocean, ice sheets, and sea level. These changes will continue for thousands of years. One example is sea level rise, as shown here, which will continue increasing over thousands of years, but the rate of rise may be slowed if we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. These changes in temperature, precipitation, sea level rise, among others, affect different sectors like health, agriculture, forest, water resources, and the environment. Some examples of these impacts are shown in the figure, like heat stress, food insecurity, damage to ecosystems and infrastructure, loss of biodiversity, and so on. I will not discuss these impacts now, but instead I would recommend that we hear the updated information on these impacts when the key findings from the Working Group 2 report on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability will be announced next week on Monday, February 28th, which I think will be, the press conference I think will be at around 6 p.m. Jakarta time. But I would recommend that you check the IPCC website for updated information about this press conference. Next slide, please. In response to climate change, both adaptation and mitigation need to be done, which can also overlap. There are many possible adaptation options, but these need to be appropriate and holistic. Climate change education plays an important role in addressing climate change issues. And so I'm hoping initiatives such as this conference will continue to develop. Before I end, I'd also like to note that Working Group 3 report on mitigation is scheduled to be released in April 2022, and the synthesis report is scheduled to be released on September 2022. The synthesis report synthesizes and integrates the findings from the reports of the 3 working groups, as well as the special reports that were released earlier on. And this includes the special report on 1.5 global warming, the special report on oceans and cryosphere, and the special report on land. Next slide, please. To summarize, the AR6 Working Group 1 report highlights how human activities have caused the observed warming that has resulted in changes in the climate that we are experiencing. We can expect larger changes in climate, including more intense and more frequent climate extremes with every additional warming in the future. The report also presents a range of possible futures, which shows that limiting warming and its consequences is still possible, but it would require reductions in greenhouse gas emissions as early as now, and that these efforts need to be sustained over decades. And so to end, I would like to quote from the IPCC, "The climate we experience in the future depends on our decisions now." So thank you for your attention, and again, good afternoon.
The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, was created in 1988. It provides policymakers with regular assessments of the scientific basis of climate change, its impacts and future risks, as well as options for adaptation and mitigation. To do this, the IPCC publishes reports assessing the latest scientific knowledge, including major assessment reports and special reports focused on particular topics. The latest is the 6th assessment report. It shows that climate change is being experienced in every region across the globe, and how changes will intensify as global warming levels increase. All these science advances generate a wealth of data and information at global and regional scales related to the past climate and where we are now. In addition, they tell us where we could be in the future, depending on the choices we make, as represented in different emission scenarios. To navigate this information, the Interactive Atlas constitutes a novel contribution to the 6th assessment report, which facilitates the exploration of global and regional observed data and model simulations, and also provides synthesis information for regions. The Regional Information App provides access to climate data from global and regional databases, with over 30 different variables and indices. Users can explore the information for different time periods and scenarios, or global warming levels. They can also customize seasons and filter different predefined regions to obtain regional information. The Atlas follows FAIR principles for reproducibility and reusability. To guide you along the way, there are Jupyter notebooks and many other resources in a GitHub repository at your disposal. The IPCC developed the Interactive Atlas so different users can interact directly with data and indices for different applications. Go to interactive-atlas.ipcc.ch and explore.
All right, Dr. Faye Cruz, thank you so much for your comprehensive presentation. Hands together for Dr. Faye Cruz. And we got one question from our audience. This one comes from Olivia Hope. And I will read the question. Maybe our understanding of common issues about climate change action or initiatives are all about the plastic waste issues. And I think it might be only a small portion of the contribution. So could you please explain to us the relation between the plastic issue and climate change? Are they really connected, or do we just have a misconception about that?
Well, I think, of course, the issue on the plastic pollution is a very relevant concern, and that we should also address this problem. I think a link that could be between that and climate change is surrounding the production of plastics, wherein this can also be contributing to the emissions of greenhouse gases, which contribute to the climate change and global warming. And so whenever we address these issues on climate change, we need to be looking at it from a systems point of view. And it's not just one action, but we have to consider also that we have to approach this in different aspects. So that's why when we said about adaptation and mitigation options, it's not just one or the other. Both need to be done in response to climate change. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, of course, Dr. Faye. So even our smallest actions means a lot to the environment and to the earth, and maybe by consuming less, it means better for the environment, right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. All right, that be the question for this quick Q&A session. And may I have another big round of applause for Dr. Faye? Thank you so much, Dr. Faye Cruz. Take very good care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving forward to hear a presentation about STEM learning for climate change education that will be delivered by Dr. Lorsely Bareng-Taclan, the scientist and educator from the Philippines. And also, we will have a quick Q&A session after that. So for those who have questions, please kindly post your questions at the chat box. And for our friends who are joining from our YouTube channel, you can also submit your questions through the comment box. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Lorsely Bareng-Taclan.
Pleasant day to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers of this international conference on climate change education for our Earth for inviting me to be one of the plenary speakers during the second day session. My topic is about climate change and water management. I'm Lorsely Bareng-Taclan, a research consultant and a full professor at the Adventist University of the Philippines, Puting Kahoy, Silang, Cavite. My topic is actually one of the global problems, that is climate change and how it affects water management. First on the list, it can negatively impact water utility operations, water quality, and ecosystem protection efforts. So one of the apparent effects of climate change is the algal bloom. What is actually this algal bloom? This would likely occur when higher air temperatures increase water temperatures and increases in precipitation or rain that would lead to stormwater runoff filled with nutrients. So we can see in the picture that there are accumulation of algae, or these are what we call the algae. And then this would affect human recreation. Another in the picture is a duck that could nearly swim because of the accumulation of the algae together with the fishes, and then of course seawater vehicles that would be trapped because of this accumulation or this algal bloom. Another thing that may be affected because of climate change is the drinking water. So it says in here that drinking water quality and quantity as a result of an increase in the frequency and intensity of storms during warmer air temperatures and droughts. So speaking of water quality, the water source or the source water would be present because of the increased runoff of pollutants and sediments. And then there is a decreased water availability from drought and saltwater intrusion, as well as adversely affecting overall efforts to maintain water quality. Another one that would be affected under the drinking water is the water utility operation. This would complicate water operation through more frequent and intense drought events and storms, more rapid sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, and impact on source water quality. Still, climate change would affect drought. Why? This would intensify short-term drought risk across globally, as well as intensifying long-term drought in larger areas. Another one is erosion and sedimentation. How does climate change affect reservoirs? This would be affected when there are more frequent and intense rain events that would increase erosion and result in greater amounts of sediment washing into the rivers, lakes, and streams. Still another one is flooding. How does climate change affect flooding? This would be affected when there is an increased frequency and intensity of storms globally. These storms can lead to extreme flooding and increase storm water runoff. And this would lead us to storm water runoff, wherein more frequent and intense storms and more extreme flooding events can increase water or storm runoff. Green infrastructure is also affected by climate change. This depends on the designed water capacity of the green infrastructure project and the heat intensity of the plant. Climate change impacts such as heavy rain events and heat waves may stress the installation of this infrastructure. This is very popular: sea level rise. Climate change causes sea level rise more rapidly across the country. Sea level rise actually poses numerous risks to residences, buildings, and infrastructure located in vulnerable areas. And then, the last but not the least would be saltwater intrusion. What causes saltwater intrusion? Actually, these are also caused by the rising sea levels, drought, and changes in water demand and availability that can increase the salinity of both the groundwater and the surface water sources of drinking water and other domestic sources. Okay, there are climate implications on saltwater intrusion. So water resources along the coast face risk from saltwater intrusion. As what I have discussed a while ago, rising sea levels, drought, and changes in water demand and availability can increase the salinity of both those resources, that is the groundwater and the surface water. Speaking of groundwater, there is sea level rise in combination with increased groundwater pumping. This is actually man-made activity, and this would increase saltwater intrusion or saltwater migrating landward. And then surface water, as the sea level rise, the salt storms This is the location of the freshwater saltwater line. May progress further upstream, and then encroach may be figured out, reduce rainfall, or changes in water use and demand. This was from the Indiana University Journal 2022. This is my favorite topic. I would like to share with you the results of my dissertation, and the topic, or my topic, was reduction of saltwater intrusion using freshwater injection technology. So in this presentation, there is already a mitigation scheme that was applied to reduce saltwater intrusion. Okay. So as an introduction, most coastal areas are favorable for both fishing and agricultural activities. Farming is always associated with high demand of surface and groundwater utilization. And then source of water irrigation and domestic uses are more from the groundwater than surface water. This is the case of the Philippines. And when there is an intensive groundwater utilization for pumping, saltwater intrusion or saltwater may intrude landward, causing high salinity levels, most especially in the groundwater, wherein farmers use this for irrigation and other domestic uses. World Health Organization indicated a threshold limit for salinity level that is 1,000 ppm. Meaning to say that any salt salinity level higher than 1,000 ppm is already considered as a threat or a pollutant. High saline water for irrigation is detrimental to crop growth and development. Also, it may not be safe for human consumption anymore. So the study area is characterized as highly saline. That's the purpose of my research. So I have here the objectives of my study. Generally, to undertake technical strategies in reducing saltwater intrusion using freshwater injection. Specifically, characterize the coastal groundwater system in relation to physical and physicochemical properties. Number 2, identify the effects of recharging the injection wells with fresh water in forming hydraulic barriers. And then number 3 is to develop and test a functional relationship that will determine the effect of the spatial change and time and salinity using the data obtained from the freshwater recharging wells. So the methodology followed. First was the inclusion criteria in choosing the study type. So it must be a coastal area involving farming. And there is a high saline level of greater than 1,000 milligrams per liter or ppm. It has an adjoining service or production area of 7.5 hectares and 350 meters from the coastline. And then it must have an available source of fresh water for the injection process that will be undertaken. So the methodology, still under methodology, so we installed IW, that is injection wells, and OW stands for observation wells. So there were 5 IWs, that is from IW1 to IW5, and these are the deep wells. And they are 100 meters apart from each other. And then there were 25 observation wells, 30 meters from each other respectively, at 350 meters from the coastline. So we installed these 5 IWs and 25 OWs, 300 meters from the coastline. Further, these 5 IWs were made of 1 meter 780, and 25 OWs were cased with 0.051 meter diameter PV pipes. So this is a figure, or this is how the IWs and the OWs that were installed in the study area look like. So this is the China Sea. So we measured a distance 350 meters from the China Sea to the observation area or the study site. So this was actually a barangay, a coastal barangay in Ilocos Norte, Philippines. This is also the topographic map of the barangay. So we can see in here the observation wells. So this is also, or this is the map of what I have, of the figure that I have shown you already. The land use pattern area, or the land use pattern of the study area, it looks like this. So these are actually the 5 IWs, and then for the OWs, peanut, rice, corn, and garlic were planted in this 7.5 hectare study area. So the groundwater system characterization of the study area were on physical aspects. So we have the groundwater table depth. This was recorded using an improvised groundwater table depth indicator attached to the SCT meter, or this is the salinity, conductivity, temperature meter. And then we collected data every day from the installed IWs and OWs. And then the data were collected before, during, and after every freshwater recharging activity. So for the groundwater flow, this was determined by plotting the calculated monthly groundwater well elevation, or GW, in each of the IWs and OWs using the equation. GW is equal to WGSE minus WWCD, where WGSE is the well groundwater surface elevation in meters, while WWCD, or the well groundwater table depth, in meters. And then the weekly groundwater flow maps were generated using ArcGIS 8.1 version. And then for the physicochemical property, that is the electrical conductivity, and it is actually the measure of salinity level. So the parameter was measured daily and monitored on site in all the IWs and OWs using the SCT meter. And then daily measurements were done to monitor the salinity level of the groundwater in the study area. So how to determine the effect of the freshwater injection conducted in the study area? So the freshwater injection was done in IW4, that is in injection well 4, during week 2 at a rate of 50 cubic meters per well. And then the freshwater came from the nearby communal irrigation system, which was conveyed via irrigation canal to a farm ditch going to the IW4. So a pump set was used to inject the fresh water to that IW4. And then we also had a second injection of fresh water, which was done simultaneously in 3 injection wells. Those are injection wells 3, 4, and 5 during week 8 of the study. Also with the same rate of 50 cubic meters per well. This time we used 3 pump sets that were used to draw and add water from the same farm ditch to the 3 IW. The third injection was done simultaneously in the 5 IWs, that is IW1 to IW5 during week 11, already using 5 sets at the same injection rate of 50 cubic meters per well. And then while injection of fresh water was going on to the 5 IWs, there was also an extraction of water from the chosen deep well at the same rate of 50 cubic meters per day using another pump. And then this will determine the effect on the groundwater table depth and salinity level of all the IWs and OWs in the study area. And then for the development, this is already specific objective number 3. And this is for the development of the functional relationship, wherein the equation S is equal to F of THL was developed, where S is equal to groundwater salinity in milligram per liter or ppm, and then T stands for time of observation, that is in weeks. H is the perpendicular distance from the seashore in meters, and then L is the relative location or the parallel distance from the seashore in meters. Now we have the results and discussion. Sorry. So I am now showing table 5. This is actually the initial electrical conductivity, chloride, and calcium levels in ppm of the existing tube wells in the study area. So before we installed the observation wells on the IWs, we monitored or we got a data from 4 existing wells in the study area. So the EC or the salinity level of the study area, specifically from STW1 to 4, we notice in here that there is an average of 3,462.5 watt ppm or milligram per liter. So if you take a look at that data, the threshold limit of the WHO, that is 1,000 milligram per liter, is what? Or the data of the salinity of the study area is far above the 1,000 milligram per liter threshold limit set by WHO. And then for the chloride, the threshold limit also set as 20 milligram per liter. And taking or looking at the average of for chloride, that is already 49.68, which is high or very high above the threshold limit of 20. And then for calcium, this is also what a measure of salinity. So the threshold limit for this is 48 grams per liter or ppm. And looking at the average for calcium of all the 4 shallow tube wells, it indicates 64.0 milligram per liter. So the range for the threshold limit is actually 40 to 80. So in terms of calcium level, the study area is okay for this parameter. So for the results of the physical characteristics of the groundwater system, that is in terms of depth to groundwater, we can see in the map that the IWs and the OWs under observation shows that deep per groundwater depth during the first 2 weeks of observation, but becoming shallower until shallowest during the last week of observation. Take note that there were 14 weeks observation period, and this is actually the depth of groundwater. So we can see in here that there is actually a peak groundwater depth during week 4. Take note that this was the time when there is already an injection well happened. Yes, it reached up to 3.5 meters. This is actually meters below ground surface. When we speak of groundwater depth, that must be meters below the ground surface. Okay. So the figure 7B, group B. So actually, we group the observation wells into several groups. So group A sila, these are group A, IW1, OW1, and so on. And then for this group B, this is also the group B. So we can see in the figure that during week 1 to week 14, which is the trend of the groundwater depth of the study area. The higher the numerical value, the deeper the groundwater. So another physical characteristic determined in the groundwater system is the groundwater flow. So this figure shows the groundwater flow map of the study area during week 1. So we can see here that the groundwater direction was from northeast to southwest in all weeks of the observation. So southwest to northeast to southwest. So northeast to southwest. So it's going here and then southwest. So south, where is groundwater flow? From here to there. Also with the groundwater flow map during week 2, we can see that particularly OW 2025 and OW 21 to 25. These are located at the farthest north and easternmost part of the study area. So this is the easternmost part, and this is the southwesternmost part. The wells near the shore, that is IW1 and OW1, hold the lowest groundwater. Yes. The physical characteristics of the groundwater system in terms of hydraulic conductivity was also observed. So for the Sandy Lake clay loam, which is the texture of the soil in the study area, it has a 1.99 times 10 to 2 hydraulic conductivity that is meters per year. And then the groundwater salinity of the study area during week 1 is shown in this figure. So the colors indicate the salinity level of the area. So for the pink color, that is 2,500 or 500 above. And then we have the violet, so 2,200 to 2,500. And then a blue or a deep blue, that is 1,900 to 2,400. And then 1,600 to 1,900 for the blue color or royal blue color. And then a lighter color of blue would indicate 1,300 to 1,600. And the lightest color of blue would indicate 1,300. Groundwater or salinity level. So the map shows us that initially or the present status of the study area during week 0 or week 1 is actually a high saline area. Okay. For the groundwater salinity map of the study area during week 3, take note that during week 2, we already have an injection, freshwater injection at IW4. So IW4, which is like, let us see, this is the IW. So this is for the area or the well that was injected with freshwater during week 3. And then the effect of the freshwater injection activity is shown in the map. So the pink color would indicate a 2,200 salinity level. So it is highly saline because it is higher than the threshold limit of 1,000. Okay, so that is the initial status of the study area, even though there was already an injection, a freshwater injection process that was done. Okay. And then for week 10, this is the groundwater salinity map for week 10. Take note that during week 8, we had a 3-well freshwater injection. And those were the wells IW 3, 4, and 5. So from this to this and that. So we have an injection process here. The same configuration for the pink or deep pink. It is highly saline. And then this part, actually the area where the groundwater injection process or the freshwater injection process took place shows us that it is still saline but not as high as those areas, or in those areas that the freshwater injection process was not effective. So this is the area, but this is the area where the saltwater intrusion or saltwater freshwater injection process was conducted. So, but the risk is still above the 1,000 ppm threshold limit. And then during week 14, during week 11, week 11, we conducted a 5-well or 5 IW simultaneous freshwater recharging. So all the IWs were injected with fresh water, and after the process or the activity, at the end of the day, we monitored the salinity level of the study area. We can see in here that the color or the light blue color indicates already 100 ppm. Therefore, the simultaneous injection process or the simultaneous injection process done in the IW reduced incredibly the salinity level of the study area. You can see in here that it's almost, even though the pink or the deep pink, so it is still there, but the salinity level is already 400 ppm. So we can say, or we can conclude that there is already an effect of the simultaneous injection process done in all the IWs, so IW 1 to 5. Okay. Because of that, the salinity is a function of time and spatial variation during which with freshwater injection was increased. So this is already the salinity equation that is equal to 1,094.49 minus 208.88 times time plus 0.872 L. So I have here the definition of the variables here. So Sij is the predicted groundwater salinity at low IS and JF following the study area. For T is time of observation unit. And then relative location is time. Thus, this salinity is a function of time spatial variation as determined using this equation. So the equation shows that the simultaneous freshwater recharging and the 5 injection wells was not effective in the reduction of the saltwater intrusion of that particular study area. This was because there was a hydraulic barrier that was formed and was able to hold seawater pushing land. The IW that ran parallel to the sea coast and were installed from south to north of the study area were contributory in halting seawater. So the hydraulic barriers in those IWs, or it was created in those IWs. And then the trend in the groundwater salinity reduction followed an ideal technique on how the injection wells, that is IW1 to IW5, were installed for freshwater injection and control barrier built up. The equation also suggests that there was a significant change in salinity concentration with respect to time. That is, the effect of freshwater injection in the 5 injection wells was still evident in the next 3 weeks. So take note that week 11 was the period when the 5 simultaneous injection process was conducted. And after that day, that is during week 12, 13, and 14, we still monitor the effect of the process. Okay, so there are conclusions in here. Salinity concentration of groundwater in the area was above the threshold limit for fresh water set by WHO. So the higher the groundwater withdrawal, the higher the salinity level. Groundwater table depth was deepest during the month of April to May and becoming shallower during the month of July. Likewise, groundwater table depth was shallower near the coast and deeper landward. Groundwater flow in the area was higher from higher to lower elevation, which are from landward to seaward. Effect of freshwater recharging using a single well would form a hydraulic barrier within the area of injection. Okay, that's why during week 2, wherein IW4 was injected, the effect of that activity was only apparent in that certain area. A 3-well recharging process would have a wider sphere of influence than that of the single well. However, the recharging rate per well is still the same. The use of a 5-well simultaneous recharging process at the rate of 50 cubic meter per day per well demonstrated the best method in mitigating saltwater intrusion landward. The procedure formed a hydraulic barrier at the widest sphere of influence. Though the injection wells were spaced 100 meters apart. Groundwater salinity changed with time during weeks without freshwater injection. Thus, the salinity increased as time also increased. And then during times with freshwater injection, groundwater salinity was affected by time and vertical growth in the salinity area. So I have here some recommendations. Climate change affects groundwater and freshwater resources. That's why the apparent causes are mostly man-made activities that is overpumping of groundwater. Therefore, there must be mitigation activities such as freshwater injection that may be incorporated in classroom laboratory activities of STEM students to alert them about the results of that mitigation activity. These results may be input for curriculum development in the CCE or climate change education. I hope and I believe that ground or climate change will be halted once we stop or we reduce our pumping activities that is drawing more than water or drawing water more than has been needed. Thank you so much for your attention to my presentation. Good day again, everyone.
Dr. Larsley, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. And we got one question here, and I will read the question. Could you hear my voice just okay? Just fine? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the first question, this one from Nasir Nayan from UPSI, Malaysia. Would you comment on using the irrigation to bring the water to the study area instead of pumping the water from the well? Do this irrigation will help more?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the recorded presentation. How I wish I was able to present it live. But yeah, for the question, that depends upon the condition of the study or the site. When you have freshwater irrigation available in the area, then it is better to use that one rather than pumping groundwater resource. Why? Because like what I have presented, overpumping may occur, and that would lead, especially when you are living near the coastline, that would lead to saltwater intrusion traveling landward. Thus, what would affect the growth and development of your crop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lorsri. So it is possible to adjust based on the relevant context. Okay, so do we still have another question? Okay. Okay, so the second question, this one comes from SMPN 3 Muara Jawa. It's senior high school in Indonesia. I mean junior high school. So this one comes from Brilliant. We live in coastal area. Do you have any tips or method to increase awareness of plastic trash?
Thank you for that question. So, yeah, I believe I have also noticed lots of plastic trash in the coastal areas. So maybe the tip would be to manage the waste resource or the waste, especially plastic, and not, of course, not to throw it in the groundwater or the water resource. So policies must be drafted and adopted in certain areas so that at least we will have something to follow and observe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lorsri. Thanks for the great advice. So hands together, let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Lorsri. Thank you so much, Dr. Lorsri, and take good care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us for taking a short break. So you may have a short time to stretching, or you may grab a cup of water, and we'll see you again in the next 5 minutes. So stay tuned.
Perubahan iklim yang saat ini terjadi membuat saya sebagai seorang pendidik di PAUD mengajak anak-anak untuk peduli kepada lingkungannya. Pembiasaan yang diterapkan dari usia dini sangat penting, terlebih untuk masa depan anak-anak kepada lingkungan. Saya melakukan gerakan sekecil apapun bersama anak-anak saya di PAUD Masih Fokus. Salah satu gerakan kecil yang saya mulai dengan anak-anak adalah mengambil tema Zero Waste dalam kegiatan pembelajaran kami. Melalui tema Zero Waste, kegiatan yang diikuti oleh anak-anak salah satunya adalah makan bijak. Melalui makan bijak yang saya lakukan selama kurang lebih 3 minggu, mengajarkan anak-anak untuk mengurangi sisa makanan mereka. Yang biasanya mereka pertama adalah membawa snack-snack dengan bungkus plastik, kemudian mereka beralih membawa nasi dan lauk pauk yang bergizi. Ketika mengajak anak makan nasi, mereka pun tidak langsung menghabiskannya. Berapa kali anak-anak menyisakannya, dan saya mengajak anak-anak untuk menghitung sisa nasi mereka. Dari kegiatan tersebut, anak-anak belajar numerasi. Dan setelah anak-anak bisa mengurangi setiap harinya sisa nasi, mereka merasa bangga dan bisa menunjukkan, "Bu, hari ini makananku habis." Kegiatan yang kedua adalah memilah sampah. Melalui kegiatan ini, anak-anak belajar memilah sampah-sampah plastik, sampah kertas, sampah sisa makanan. Dan yang paling seru, anak-anak juga bisa mengingatkan anggota keluarganya yang ada di rumah untuk memilah sampah juga. Kegiatan yang saya lakukan juga ingin saya bagikan kepada rekan sesama guru. Melalui konferensi yang diadakan oleh kelas Lentera QITEP Internasional, saya mengikuti konferensi Guru PAUD yang pertama kali saya ikuti. Di situ saya mengangkat tentang zero waste. Ternyata banyak sekali guru-guru yang terinspirasi. Dan beberapa teman saya melakukan kegiatan tersebut. Harapan saya, hal kecil yang telah saya perbuat dapat merubah masa depan anak-anak. Mari kita memulai melakukan hal-hal kecil untuk mengajak anak-anak peduli kepada lingkungan. Mari guru-guru kita melakukan gerakan sekecil apapun untuk mengajak anak-anak peduli kepada lingkungannya, supaya bumi kita selamat. Guru-guru hebat adalah guru-guru yang peduli kepada lingkungannya. Mari kita selamatkan bumi bersama.
We all have dreams. Dreams of a better life, better health, and a better future for those we care for most. Our families, our friends, and the communities in which we live. At the Tonoto Foundation, we believe that dreams become reality when people equally are given the opportunity to fulfill their potential. And that equal opportunity starts with equal access to quality education. We are dedicated to helping people achieve this from the start, creating learning environments that nurture hope and promote aspiration, from early education all the way to tertiary pursuits, and building leaders for a future world. Enabling new and dynamic research in the area of life sciences. Quality education doesn't just improve lives, it transforms lives. It accelerates equal opportunity to give people and their communities choices. At the Tonoto Foundation, we believe in a future where equal opportunity is a force for positive change, and that a quality education will always be the foundation for that future.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you still have a good spirit and that great spark inside of you, because we still have more interesting topics to discuss. And now we'll be paying attention to Global Andalan School by RGE Group video. And this video shows initiatives of Global Andalan School by RGE Group to mitigate climate change. So enjoy the video.
Royal Golden Eagle, through Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper and Tonoto Foundation, is a sustainable natural resources-based company that applies the 5C principles: community, country, climate, customer, and company. Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper concerns on the use of product by implementing sustainable practices in its production, with a commitment to maintain biodiversity aimed at protecting, restoring, and conserving peatland ecosystems so that existing carbon stocks are maintained. These are proved by the school that located in Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper Company. some schools managed to get environmental award through the movement of caring and culture school. In 2019, Adiwiyata Mandiri was awarded to Global Andalan School Pelalawan Estate. Since 2021, Global Andalan School of Pangkalan Kerinci and Ukri Estate have been awarded as National Adiwiyata School. Then, other schools, Global Andalan School Basra Estate and Serentis Estate, also have been awarded as Provincial Adiwiyata School. The involvement of school community and its surrounding is very important in achieving the Adiwiyata School Award. This achievement is due to habituation carried out in Movement of Caring and Culture School. The Movement of Caring and Culture School is illustrated by several sustainable environmental actions carried out by Global Andalan School. First, single-use plastic. Plastic is widely used in life, but it becomes a big problem because it takes a long time to be decomposed. The question is, how to educate the use of plastic around the school environment? Yes, by doing Kaizen single-use plastic. School community becomes vanguard soldier as the representative efficient usage of single-use plastic. Students become environmental ambassador to campaign single-use plastic, to persuade not to wear single-use plastic, and sort the waste according to its type by doing Operasi Semut program. Second, utilization of ketapang leaves. During COVID-19 pandemic, the student of Global Andalan Junior High School researches on ketapang leaves found in schoolyard. Ketapang leaves neutralize hydrogen potential of hand wash water, which is loaded in tub and used to water the plants around the school environment. Third, composting. Another type of organic waste at school are dried leaves and weeds. These organic trash are used as the main material for the manufacture of compost done by the school community to maintain the environment. Compost is one more eco-friendly than chemical fertilizer. The manufacture of compost become a breakthrough of eco-friendly utilization that can realize eco-friendly habits. Fourth, hydroponic garden. Hydroponic garden in Global Andalan Primary School provides students with a learning experience about plants caring. Hydroponic garden also makes the school environment looks beautiful, reduce air pollution, and increase oxygen levels in the air. Environment action that had been done reveal our concern on earth preservation. We take responsibility for every action that affects the future of life on earth. Let's do, give understanding, be an example, and act for the good of next generation.
It's really amazing to see how Global Andalan School always puts their commitment to apply CCE into practice consistently. A big round of applause for Global Andalan School. And we're taking this opportunity to thank our lead partners once again, Pusat Belajar Guru Kudus, Tanoto Foundation, Bank Central Asia, Ford International, and Dexa Medica. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is getting exciting and it's time for things to get more serious because we are about to have our workshop. In the main room, we'll be discussing examples of inquiry-based activities around climate change, ocean, and cryosphere. And this workshop will be led by Ms. Mathilde Trisoa, Education Officer for Climate Education or OCE, and Mr. M. Randi Fananta, MPD, an educator in Kelas Lentera Court. Another workshop in the breakout room will be conducted and it will be discussing about inquiry-based science learning activity on climate change, food choices, agriculture, and ecosystem. Dr. Simon Klein, Science Officer from Office for Climate Education or OCE will lead the workshop. So ladies and gentlemen, you may proceed to join the workshop now. Enjoy the workshop. hello, Miss Mathilde and Mr. Randy. Miss Mathilde, how are you doing?
I'm really fine, thank you.
We're so happy to have you. And what about you, Mr. Randy? How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
So we're so happy.
Okay.
Then I think we do not need to take much of time, so you may start now, please.
Okay, sure. I'm going to share my screen. So I will start, and then Randy will take. Okay. So this workshop is going to focus on some inquiry-based science learning activities around climate change, and with special focus on ocean and cryosphere. So the idea here is that you, this morning and yesterday morning, you had some theories around climate change. And now we are going to present you some really turnkey lessons that you can use with your students in your classroom to teach climate change and the issues of ocean and cryosphere. So as you learned yesterday and this morning, the scientific basis, the most accurate scientific basis that we got about climate change is the science that we can find on the reports of the IPCC. So here you can have two reports of the IPCC, but the major issues with those reports is that they are a bit complicated if you aren't a scientific, or if you aren't like high-level scientific, actually, because they are like quite big and quite complicated. So even if that's the most accurate science, you need some knowledge to get an access to this reports. So when you read the report, you can have like some example of what we may expect in the future concerning the climate evolution. For example, you can see that I think you already have a point around these issues yesterday and this morning, but just a quick reminder that there is some impacts that are expected in the next century on the ocean and cryosphere. And what you can see here is that we expect that the pH of the global ocean surface will decline. So it means that the oceans are getting more acidic. And we also expect that the extent of the sea ice will decrease. Actually, it's already decreasing, but in the next century, it's expected to decrease even more. And this decrease depends, the amount of this decrease depends actually on the different pathways that we will follow as societies. It depends on the amount of greenhouse gases we are going to emit, for example. So this one concerns the cryosphere. This one is about the oceans, and there is another one about the ocean that you as inhabitants of Indonesia or Philippines or small islands, etc., are going to experience more than us in France. This one is related to the global mean sea level evolution. As you all know, the sea level is currently rising and will rise more in the next century. So this slide here was just to give you like a small view of what we are going to expect of the impact of climate change on ocean and cryosphere. And I don't know if I know you had this morning a talk with a researcher from the IPCC. I don't know if he or she presents to you this website, but it's actually pretty good. It's an interactive atlas. You can go there, interactive atlas IPCC, and you can get an access of a view of the planet with different parameters that you can choose. For example, if you want to see the evolution of the temperature, in this case, I choose the sea surface temperature at the end of the century. And you can see that there is some region that will be more affected by this rise in temperature, for example. And you can also print a graph to see the temporal evolution. So you can have like the evolution at a global scale and at a local scale. So this is what I did to obtain this map and this graph. And you can also have, for example, the same view, but with the sea level. So I choose to obtain a graph for your region, actually, Southeast Asia. So you can see that at the end of the century, we are expecting a sea level rise of almost 0.8 meters. So you can have an access. It is not appropriate for younger students, but you can maybe use this atlas for you to learn more about your local situation and about the global situation. And you can maybe use that with, for example, high school students, or if you are a teacher trainer, you can use that during your trainings. So this is the reason why I wanted to present you this amazing tool to really focus on a topic of the last IPCC report. But what is the point to learn more about climate change? Actually, this is because in the Office for Climate Education, we consider that you can act if you don't know the issue. So our philosophy is that we are going from understanding to action. So this is why scientific knowledge about climate change are really important for us. And this is the reason why we consider that you have to study this topic with your students in a theoretical way, I would say. And once your students are pretty familiar with the subject, once they really know the topic, then you can encourage them to launch some project, to launch some action, and in order to tackle climate change. So the idea is that with scientific knowledges, you can act, and you can choose either mitigation project or adaptation project, or even some projects that will address both of this topic, mitigation and adaptation. So this is why, as you will see when I will present you the resources that we produce at the OCE, this is the reason why we always put a stress on the understanding part before leading to action, before implementing project in your classroom. This is really, really important. So what can you do with your students? Once you have learned more about climate change, once you are like an expert on this topic, what can you do with your students? In the OCE, as I mentioned earlier, we are based on the IPCC reports, but they are a bit complicated, as I said, and the idea is to allow you to get an access to the science basis that you've got in these reports, without forcing you to read the whole 400 pages reports of the IPCC. So what we have done is that we have produced some summary for teachers. For example, this one that is focused on the ocean and cryosphere. All of our resources are on 4th language. I guess David Wilgenbus yesterday morning present you or philosophy, as we can say. So we have all our resources in French, English, Spanish, and German. So you can find some summary for teachers. You can also find some professional development resources that allow you to lead a workshop. Like it's a 3-hour workshop if you are a teacher trainer, for example, focused on ocean and climate change or focused on the greenhouse effect. And this is really turnkey sessions. So you only have to read the resources, and you only have to choose your equipment, and then you can lead the workshop. So this is really turnkey. You also find on our website, you will also find some videos and multimedia animation. I will go back to that later. And our main focus and our main resources is the lesson plans. And I will go deeper into detail in this one because it is really the one we are really proud of. And it's, on my point of view, it's the most accurate for you if you are a teacher. So, as I mentioned earlier, the first point in your classroom practices, if you want to teach climate change, is that you first have to develop your knowledge and skills. So how are you able to do that? If you don't want to spend a huge amount of time reading the IPCC reports, you can forget that, and you can go straight to the IPCC report summary for teachers that we developed at the OCE. For example, this one is really focused on the ocean and cryosphere, and for only 20 pages, you will get the main conclusions of this IPCC report. You will get some illustration, you will get some graphics, you will even get some suggestions of activities or questions that you can ask to your students during your classroom practices. And you will get really a summary of the science that you can find in the IPCC reports. So these summaries for teachers are really designed to allow you to develop your knowledge and your skill before practicing in your classroom. So this is really teacher focused. And if you are a bit lost with this all this knowledge and you don't know how to teach, etc., at the OCE we also organize some teachers training workshops, just like the one we are going to we are doing this morning, but we also do that like in face-to-face sessions. And this is 3 hours or even several days sessions that allow you to learn more, to really strengthen both your knowledge and your skills around climate change education. And after several days or even 1 week of teacher training with us, you will be able to launch activities and projects in your classroom. So we really design our teacher training session to allow you to finally to go from understanding to action, as I mentioned earlier. So how can you do in your classroom to use our activities? This is our main resource, as I mentioned. This is the lesson plan, so you can download on our website a full lesson plan focused on climate change, ocean, and cryosphere. that will allow you to really, through 15 turnkey lessons, you will be able to teach climate change to your students. So how is this lesson plan organized? You will find a scientific background that will give you some of the main conclusion of the IPCC reports about climate change. You will also get a pedagogical background, because we are using some active pedagogies that if you are not really used to, it can be an issue. So we wrote a short pedagogical background to allow you to be more familiar with the pedagogies, the pedagogical approach we are using. This lesson plan is almost 250 pages long, so it's quite big, but the idea is not that you have to do the whole lesson plan. You can pick one lesson or two or three or even 10 if you're really enjoying the lessons, but you don't have to do the whole lesson plan to study climate change with your students. So don't worry about that. It's quite long, but you don't have to follow the whole lesson plan. You will find two parts. The first one is We Understand, where you can find some turnkey class sequences split into 15 lessons that address the origin of climate change until the consequences, and even the adaptation that we can expect as population and societies. And we have another part which we called We Act, that offers you 3 detailed projects that have been implemented in classroom, even in primary classes, because sometimes we hear that, oh, I am primary school teacher, I don't know how I can do something with my students because they are too young. But actually you can do that. And as I mentioned, we used some really active pedagogies, inquiry-based and project-based pedagogies. Our resources are transdisciplinary, which means that we don't address only scientific topic. We also address history and geography, or social sciences, or even visual arts, or even sports, actually, in our lessons. And this is really important to us, that students discover that climate change is not only science. So this is why we produce this kind of resources. So we are going to go a bit deeper in that lesson plan. So you'll have here, you have the storyline of our project that begins with some scientific knowledges around climate and weather. Then you can discover the origin of climate change in order to make your students understand that we, as humans, are responsible for greenhouse emissions that leads to greenhouse effects. Then you can address the consequences of climate change on the ocean and cryosphere. So you'll have some lessons focusing on, for example, ice melting or on sea level rise. And as I said, you can perfectly choose which lessons you want to follow in your classroom. Then you will have a focus on the services that are provided by the ocean and cryosphere. For example, the oxygen or the food or the fresh water that we all need. And the last part of the We Understand section is focused on action, because we wanted to develop the need for action spirit in the students' mind, meaning that we really want them to understand that we need to take part of tackling climate change. And this part is actually really important, because the idea here is that once you have understood, you can launch a project in your classroom. So this is really making the link. The last part is really making the link between all the knowledges around climate change and the action part. So the first we understand part, what can you find in that part? Actually, you can find, as I mentioned, 15 lessons that are all focused on the topic. They are like short lessons. They can be done in 1.5 hours, or for the longest one, it's in 2 hours, but it's mostly in 1 hour or 1.5 hours. They can be done with students from 9 to 15 years old, which means that even if you are in primary school, you can do these lessons with your students. And I'm pretty sure that they can even be adapted to younger students, but it needs more work from you to do that, but it can be done. So in these different lessons, you see that you will address the whole link between ocean, cryosphere, and climate change. You can also choose to focus, for example, only on the climate change itself and the origin of climate change. This is totally feasible. And how are our lessons organized? Actually, all of our lessons look like that. You will have the topics that are addressed in these lessons. You will get an idea of the duration and even of the preparation for you to know more about how much time will I spend on preparing this lesson. You will get a short summary of this lesson, the key ideas, and the inquiry method that we used in this lesson. All of our lessons are based on inquiry-based pedagogies, which means that the students are really in the heart of the process. The students will be engaged with some problems, some issues, some challenging situation, and then they will have to explore, to suggest some hypotheses or some theories that they have on the subject. And then they will be able to explain this phenomenon, because they have do some experiments, or they have do documentary analysis, or they have lead a debate. And then they will be able to apply their new knowledges towards new situation. This is really the heart of the process. And all of our lessons are based on these pedagogical approaches. So you will find the same step for each lessons in order for you to implement it in class without asking yourself too much question. It means that you will only have to read the lesson, and you will have all the questions that you can ask to your students, or you will have an idea of the answers that you might get when you ask these questions. You will also find some teacher tip, for example, you have to think about that at this point of the lessons, because this is quite difficult for your student to understand, for example. And you will also get all the worksheets for your students to analyze, for example, if it's a documentary analysis. So this one is, you have some documents that are coming from our first lessons around climate change and its origin. So you will find some documents that will allow you to learn about the difference between climate and weather. Then you will have some documents that will give your students some proofs of the occurrence of climate change from all around the world. In this lesson plan, they are focused on the ocean and cryosphere topic, because this is the focus that we choose. But in the other breakout room, where Simon is actually leading this, leading his session, he is also presenting the other lesson plan that we are currently editing. And this one is about the land use, and you will also find some example of climate change on land. So you can either do this lesson or the other one. In the B sequence, you will find some more focus on the mechanism of the climate change, because these sequences actually focus on the greenhouse effect. You will find an experimental lesson around greenhouse effect. You will also find a lesson that use physical activities, because you can do that outside with your student. They have to run, etc. Some of them will be the GAG, some of them will be the heat, and some of them will be the fossil fuels, and they have to catch each other. So it's a great way to understand science mechanism, but using your body. So it's really a really good lesson. And you also have a lesson focusing on humans and greenhouse gases, because as you all know, we as humans are responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. And the idea is that it will allow the students to really focus on that topic. The sequence C and the sequence D of this lesson plan focus on the ocean and cryosphere. So in the sequence C, you will learn more about the consequences of the climate change on the ocean and cryosphere, using some many experiments that are really fun, because you have to learn to your students will see that when, for example, when sea ice is melting, it does not have the same impact as when continental ice is melting, which is always amazing to see directly by experimentation. You also have some experiments around the albedo effect, and some experiments about the acidification of the ocean. And in the D sequence, you will learn more about the services that ocean and cryosphere are providing to both human species and to other species, such as animals or plants. And the last sequence of the We Understand part is focused on action. What can we do? Okay, now that I know that humans are responsible for greenhouse gases emission, now that I know about the link between climate change and ocean and cryosphere, okay, what can I do? But the idea of this sequence is really to focus on a more social issue, because you will be able to address some climate justice issue, or you will allow your students to work on adaptation and mitigation solutions worldwide. So they will see in this in this lesson, they will see that there are already some solutions that have been implemented worldwide, and this will give you some idea to put, for example, to launch a project in your classroom. So as I mentioned, this part, the sequence E, is really important, because it totally makes the connection with the second part of this lesson plan, focused on project. So in this lesson plan, in this second part, the We Act part, you will you will find 3 different projects that have been implemented all around the world. For example, you will find an adaptation project focused on increasing beach resilience to climate change. You will find a mitigation project focusing on the walking bus, and an awareness project focusing on the science on stage, mixing like visual arts and science. And we also have some videos and multimedia activities. So we have a series of videos that are all, if not in English, you will find some subtitles. This series is called CLIM, and it's really short videos, less than 2 minutes long, in which an expert will speak about his or her topic of research in a really easy way to understand. It means that you can use these videos for you to learn more about a topic as a teacher, but you can also use them in your classroom. So they are really easy to understand even for students. And we also have some multimedia animation that are used in our lesson plan. So you can get an overview of this animation in our lesson plan, and then you can go to our website to use this animation. They are targeting students, actually. And you will find, for example, one focused on carbon footprint. This one allows your student to assess their own carbon footprint by answering some question. You will find one animation focused on sea level rise, which will allow them to visualize the impact of sea level rise in different regions of the world. You have an animation focused on the food webs. You will actually have several food webs from all around the world in the ocean and cryosphere topic. And the idea is that you connect the different animals or plants through a predator-prey relationship. And you will, this will allow students to think about the consequences of climate change on these food webs. And the last one is an animation that will, through a world map, you will be able to click to some areas, and you will get examples of solutions that have been implemented in the world. And the last project of the OCE, and then I will leave the floor to Randy. The last project of the OCE is actually a MOOC called Climate Change Education from Knowledge to Action. And it will be launched in 2022, so stay tuned. And the idea of this MOOC is that by self-online training, you will be able to learn more about climate change, ocean and cryosphere, and to discover some of our lessons, because we put some of our lessons that are in our lesson plan in the MOOC. So you will become familiar with inquiry-based pedagogies and project-based pedagogy. And they are all the different modules are all structured the same way because they use the step of the inquiry-based pedagogy. So you will really find this investigation part, and then a scientific support, and then okay, now what can I do with my in my classroom? And you will also have some resources in other websites that you can get an access to learn more about this topic. So this will be launched in 2022 in collaboration with the FEE Academy. So it will be launched on their platform, feeacademy.global. I think I'm done with that. So thank you for your attention, and I will leave the floor to Randy.
Okay. Thank you, Mathilde. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. So Selvin, it's actually directly for me to present. Okay.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Randy.
Okay. So, am I to share screen or yours?
So
I think you have to share your screen, because
yes,
actually that's what
I
do.
No, Mr. Randy. So
Okay.
we have your slides already,
Okay.
and we can share. So it's your slide, right?
Okay, okay, okay.
This one.
All right, all
Okay.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. After next presentation from Mathilde, maybe now we will discuss and focus about the local adaptation of ocean and cryosphere in our context curriculum, in Indonesian curriculum. My name is Randy from Kelas Lentera. Kelas Lentera is one of division from the QITEP International, which focus in developing teaching pedagogies and teachers professionalism. So here we have some project in climate change education. One of them is translating the OCE, the OCE resource in ocean and cryosphere in our context, in our local context curriculum. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now here our project in climate change education. The first project, it's beginning in 2017, training climate change education for the teachers. It delivered the teachers training program which discuss climate change issue through inquiry-based activity and formulate lesson plan, and also make some project-based learning in climate action. And then currently project is translating and adapting the climate in our hand ocean and cryosphere resource. We not just translating, but also adapting in our local context. We add some climate issue in Indonesian context, etc., etc. This resource is also had been testing with 2 schools. And now it's still testing with some others. And then the currently project is we have also farm to table school project. This farm to table project is awareness primary school children to know about the climate issue with integrate the farm to table program that promote the student awareness of climate mitigation in land uses and provide a nutritious food by themselves. So they can measuring how many carbon footprint which when you use your when you grow your own food, etc., etc. And then in the previous we also produce climate change comic. There is some climate change comic with the QITEP International. If any teachers here may be interested for our comic, you can contact us to get our comic. This comic is actually is complete from the climate issue, from the ocean, cryosphere, land uses, and also for the global warming. And in the last project, in the previous project, we also have climate change project for the student in Olympiade Science Quark. So in our Olympiad is also provide the student to make their own project in climate action. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, before we starting with the translation and adaptation, we also matching our curriculum, local context curriculum, Indonesian curriculum, with the climate, with the ocean and cryosphere resource. Basically, in our curriculum, the climate change is clearly stated and explicitly stated in the 7th grade. In the 7th grade, yeah. In the 7th grade, we have one lesson clearly stated about the climate change is understanding about the climate change and its impact to the ecosystem. This topic is a cover about the global warming, evidence of climate change, the impact climate change to the ecosystem, and how preventing the problem of climate change in the society. But the problem is from the teacher. The resource of the climate change is limited. In Bahasa Indonesia is limited. There are some resource in English version. So we do this translating to helping the teacher teach the climate change issue. And then also in the grade 9, there are some lessons related with the climate change, but not explicitly like in grade 7. It's like using understanding of the process of the product eco-friendly, understanding of the physical of soil, organism, and then the important soil for our sustainability life. And then also describing about the impact of human population increases to our environment. So I think the SDGs program, the SDGs issue and the climate change issue is clearly stated in our curriculum. Actually, in a middle school, in the grade 7 and the grade 9. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now this is our local context adaptation of ocean and cryosphere. We not just translating, but also we adapting our local context issue. For example, here we can see the graph about the coral bleaching event. Coral bleaching event which have in the last decade, our coral we had a loss a coral because the coral bleaching event, and also we had some phenomena about the glacier in the Papua. Maybe not all the people know the glacier in the Cartens Mountains. We cannot find again in the 2050. We cannot find the glacier because the climate issue, and also how our local community prevent their ecosystem, their coral to cultivate coral in Bali, Karangasem. Okay, we put some this material in our translation, so it maybe help the teacher to connect with the local context in climate issue. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and we also have a survey for the science teacher, our science teacher in our last training about the climate issue. This survey see the teacher perception on their climate change adaptation and climate issue in national curriculum. So this survey maybe describe the challenge for the teacher in adaptation of climate issue. The first one, the first challenge, the big challenge for the teacher is the limited content knowledge. So because the climate change is the complex issue, it's not just only the physical, maybe, or biology or environment, but also the social. This complex issue might be difficult by the teacher to explain the student. And then the second is the limited content of the climate change in Bahasa Indonesia. And then the last, the teacher perception sometimes think this climate change issue is too difficult for our children because there are too many complex issues, etc., etc. So the teacher may be not confident to deliver this climate change issue. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now after we translating and adapting the OCE resources, we also testing, and now it's also testing by the other school. This is the data because the COVID, the pandemic COVID, we had to find the school can the school is face-to-face learning in the class. So it's only testing in the 2 classroom with the 3 teacher with the content, the evidence of climate change and the food web and ecosystem. So the first we give the teachers the translating draft of ocean and cryosphere resource, and then the teachers read the resource and choose the content related to their lesson. And also the content is evidence of the climate change, and then the second is the food web and ecosystem. And then the teacher make their own lesson plan in adapting this resource to their lesson, and then they teach the student, and also we give some survey to give some input from the teacher to strengthen our resource in our translating resource. Okay, next slide, next please. Okay, from the result here, from the two of the three teachers said it's quietly easy using this material. The material was so complete and detailed. But in others, the ones teacher said it needs further guidance in using this material. So sometimes she need help to understand about the climate change content. And so actually this is the complete material, and because maybe the one from maybe this teacher have need help about the understand about the climate issue, because the climate change issue is complex. It's not only science issue. Okay, next please. Okay, from the survey, we have some testimony from the teacher about this resource. The first teacher have a good impression about our translation resource. He said this resource have a good integration, and I get a new perspective about the integration of the global warming phenomena, its impact on the and its impact on the ocean ecosystem. It also gives me a new knowledge about the greenhouse gases and impact. So after she used the material, she also gained a new knowledge about the integration between climate change and its impact to the ocean ecosystem. It means this testimony answered by the teacher need about the climate change resource. Okay, and the second teacher said that the worksheet and learning tools help me to engage with the student. It's very interesting and make my student more active. So the inquiry-based activity in this resource also give the teacher new idea to engage with the student. It makes the student easy to understand about the climate change issue through inquiry-based activity. So it's also answering the challenge from the teacher how to teach the student about this issue, this climate change issue, this complex issue with easily understand with the student. And then the last teacher also give me feedback about the new horizon and the knowledge that she get. I get a new horizon and knowledge about the climate change and greenhouse effect from this resource. I get the knowledge about the ocean and polar ecosystem as well. So the resource gives the teacher new knowledge about the horizon, about the greenhouse gases and effect, and for the ecosystem, maybe in our ecosystem lesson, commonly it's only about talk about in the food web, it's only talk about the rice field ecosystem. Is like a rat with the paddy, with the snake. And this teacher have a new knowledge because they not only about the rice field ecosystem, but also they teach about the ecosystem in the ocean and in the cryosphere, in the polar ecosystem. So this is good for the teacher to new horizon and the new knowledge, and also the impact of the climate change to its ecosystem. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, for the last but not least, this is a recommendation for the teachers. So in terms of content, the climate in our hand ocean and corrosive resource has a complete information for the teacher about climate change phenomena and the relation between climate system with the ocean and cryosphere. So if you need some other information about the climate issue, and it also related with our local context curriculum in Indonesia context. So you can see the content in the ocean and cryosphere. And for the teaching idea, the activity in the research provide the idea on the teaching climate change through inquiry-based learning and project-based driven. So with the inquiry-based and the project, it also make you easily to deliver the climate change issue to your student. Okay. And the last, it's strongly recommended to use this resource in your class to teach climate change issue deeply and meaningfully. Maybe you can, for the Indonesia people, maybe you can get this resource in the Saka Guru Pratama website soon. After we finish our last editing from the teacher, maybe we will upload it in the Saka Guru Pratama website. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy and Mathilde. And we got 2 questions here. The first one comes from Daniel Crush. In terms of time, how long is the ideal time to do a school project? Maybe Mathilde first?
Yeah, sorry. Actually, it depends on the project that you choose, because there are some projects that you can lead, for example, in a few weeks. I mean, really in terms of leading the project, because you have to make some lessons before, but in terms of project, some of them are really short, yeah, a few weeks, but there are some that can take a huge amount of time. For example, if you really want to implement some measure in your school or in your community, that means that you have to spend, for example, a few months on this project. So it depends on the project you choose, actually.
I see. Okay. So Randy, what do you think?
Okay, I am agree with Mathilde also. It depends with your project, with the scope your project. Maybe sometimes we can do also mini project. Maybe it's about a week, and then sometimes we can do a big project. Maybe we can also get our community project. Maybe it's get more time with the big project. Maybe it's a month, not a weeks.
Okay, so it depends on what kinds of projects that you are about to conduct, and also you can adjust to your learning time frame.
Yeah.
Okay. And the second question, this one comes from Mary W. In the first slide on Randy's presentation, I'm interested in the farm to table project. Could you please explain in short how to start and integrate it with the school curriculum?
Okay, thank you, Mary W. Okay, in the farm to table is actually integrated with the co-curriculum program, school co-curriculum program. So the student, the teacher and the student have some training about how to use their land to farm, not only garden, not only garden but farm. This farm is also teach the student how to produce food, and then also how to use the land effectively to produce a crops, and produce a crop, and then also measuring the crop how the crop produce, and also it measuring the carbon footprint the carbon footprint have a reduce. So it's integrated with the co-curriculum program.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanation, Randy. So let's give another big round of applause for Mathilde and Randy. wonderful and inspiring presentation and workshop. We hope to be able to encourage more and more teachers and youth to have more inquiry-based activities around climate change, ocean, and cryosphere. So thank you so much, Mathilde and Randy. Take good care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you, Selfie.
Just like the morning sun, the source of life. We were established to be the center of excellence in professional development of teachers and education personnel in science towards the sustainable development in Southeast Asia. Here we are, SEAMEO QITEP in science. We provide relevant and quality programs in professional development for science teachers and education personnel. We conduct research and development in science education, school management, public policy, and other related fields. We expand and strengthen networking through various resources and information to support our feasibility. We provide data and information in science education as a reference for policymakers. And we improve our resource management to provide excellent services. We commit our values: quality, innovative, togetherness, empowerment, professionalism. Our flagship programs are STEM learning, computational thinking, Southeast Climate Change Education Program, STEM local contacts. Our annual programs are training, international conference, workshop, seminar, research, Ki Hajar Dewantara Award,
SEAMEO QITEP in Science, a place where science education is getting closer to everyday life.
welcome back to the main room. We hope you enjoyed the workshop, and we are thanking once again our speakers and all participants. And I've got an information for those who are asking for attendance list. Don't worry, we'll give you the link by the end of today's event, and it's kind of compulsory if you are requiring to have an e-certificate. So make sure you stay all the way through the end of today's event to fill out the attendance list. Okay, so before we continue our agenda for today, we are about to show you a video. So let's enjoy this video.
Last decade was the Earth's highest temperature ever recorded globally. Amidst technological advancement, we are still struggling to face a rapid climate change. Many people think that climate change means global warming, but actually, it is just a beginning of a climate change. Because Earth is a system, we're all connecting, and a change can affect one to another. We can see consequences of climate change recently: worse drought, forest fires, sea level rise, extreme floods, melting glaciers, severe thunderstorms, and biodiversity loss. A debate over climate change sometimes limited only to plastic waste, food waste, and pollutions. However, climate change involves our daily activities, carbon footprints. The index of carbon footprints can be one of methods to understand how do we affect global warming. Therefore, we have to take action stopping global warming personally by measuring our carbon footprint. Climate change is a complex phenomenon. Sometimes we hear a statement, "We are responsible for climate change," meaning each of us have to take action. And these are the projects done by primary students of Quark Science Olympiad participants.
Nama saya Muhammad Heron Rafi dari SDIT Samawa Cendekia. Saya berterima kasih kepada Quark yang telah menjadikan saya sebagai finalis OSK tahun 2020. Kami mau membuat aplikasi kartu menu untuk bekal makan siang. Contohnya, kumpulkan data awal perhitungan kalori dan karbon pada komponen makanan. Dibimbing oleh Ustazah. Contoh perhitungan pada nasi, jejak emisi karbon tiap 1 kg nasi 2,7 CO2. Kebutuhan satu porsi makan siang anak SD 100 gram. Maka kebutuhan satu porsi makan siang anak SD setelah dihitung adalah 0,27 CO2. Buat tombol button, membuat data-data untuk aplikasi, menghubungkan data dengan kartu menu. Ini dia tampilan dari aplikasi kartu menu saya. Selanjutnya, kita klik tulisan ditampilkan kartu menu. Dan di sini, makanan yang kita pilih akan muncul seperti ini. Dan kita akan tahu berapa total kalori dan total karbon dari menu makanan yang kita pilih. Ibu telah membuatkan bekal makan siang Raffi selama 10 hari. Terlihat kan perbedaannya setelah menggunakan kartu menu dan tidak menggunakan kartu menu. Raffi dapat mengurangi sangat banyak karbon loh, tanpa mengurangi asupan gizi yang Raffi butuhkan. Teman-teman, ayo kita mengurangi emisi karbon untuk memenuhi tujuan kita sebisa.
Halo, nama saya Eilifer Anwandrea Gediora. Saya dari kelas 4B SD Kuntung Cemerlang. Topik yang saya pilih adalah menghemat air untuk mengurangi jejak karbon. Satu metode cuci piring adalah dengan air sabun dan air bekas cucian di satu kontainer. Rejected! Karena walaupun air yang dipakai sedikit, hasil cucian bau. Metode terakhir adalah membilas cucian pada 2 kontainer tanpa air mengalir. Voila! Diterima! Ini adalah air bekas cuci piring tadi. Sekarang saya akan menunjukkan cara kerja permakultur. Tapi pertama-tama saya akan menuangkan air dulu ke permakulturnya. Air bekas cuci piring tadi termasuk rainwater dan saya akan menggunakannya untuk menyiram tanaman pangan. Tapi untuk menyiram tanaman pangan dengan grey water perlu disaring dulu. Di permakultur terjadi penyaringan alami. Hasil air akan mengucur ke endpoint. Airnya bersih kan? Sekarang aku akan menyiram tanaman ya. Air ini dipakai untuk menyiram darah dan oregano. Apalagi kalau ada banyak tanaman, lebih banyak karbon yang terserap. Kita bisa mengurangi jejak karbon kita.
Which household plan is the most effective in reducing carbon dioxide? Hi, I am Kalika and you're watching my Science Quark 2020 project. It's to research on 4 common household plants. The first one is Sansevieria, the second one is Gelombang Cinta, the third one is Palem Hijau, and the fourth one is Pucuk Merah. The first thing I measured was how much carbon dioxide was there in the room without any plants at first. The answer I got was 620 ppm. ppm basically means parts per million, which means a mass of a chemical, in this case carbon dioxide. Then, the next thing we did was add a plant, waited 30 minutes, went back inside and measured to see if the ppm decreased. And we did it again, and again, and again. And here are the results of that experiment. Based on this research, I can conclude that Pucuk Merah is the most effective in reducing carbon dioxide. So if you're looking for a new plant to spice up your household, maybe think of Pucuk Merah. Who knows, you might be doing Earth a favor.
Global warming is unstoppable, but at least every one of us can slow it down by collaborating to reduce carbon emission to sustain our Earth. This year, 2022, we invite more Indonesian kids to take part in saving our Earth with science and technology. We are calling Indonesian kids to join Quark Science Olympiad 2022. Let's save our Earth with science and technology.
So, Quark Science Olympiad, or OSK, is a series of activities for elementary school children to implement what they have understood in the Quark Science comic. And most importantly, this year, OSK's theme, I'm Scientist, I'm Saving the Earth, encouraging children to be aware of climate change issues and taking action. So, we are inviting everyone to join. So, make sure you visit OSK or Quark's Instagram at Quark. All right. Now, to develop a deep understanding of the key presentation, we are moving forward to the panel discussion for educators. The discussion will be led by our moderator, Mr. Anjar Dwi Astono. Mr. Anjar Dwi Astono is an educator himself. He's a lecturer of Kalbis Institute. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Anjar Dwi Astono.
Good afternoon and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, headmasters, teachers, parents, and my fellow students. My name is Anjar Dwi Astono. I'm a lecturer from Kalbis Institute, and I'm going to be your today's moderator. Firstly, I'm going to start off these discussions by thanking several parties and people. I want to thank the Office for Climate Educations, or OCE, Saka Guru Pratama, SEAMEO QITEP in Science, the organizer of the Southeast Asia Virtual Conference on Climate Change Education, collective initiatives and effort for our Earth. Special thanks goes to Pusat Belajar Guru Kudus, PBG, Tanoto Foundation, Bank Sentral Asia, Quark International, and Dexa Medica, which gives immense support to this event. I also want to thank everyone here at the CCE Conference Committee for inviting me to be part of today's event. And of course, those who are involved in this conference for upholding this event. Our today's session is a panel discussion for educators, teachers especially, from different Southeast Asia countries, bringing up the interesting and important theme, which is best practices on climate change education. In these sessions, our panelists will share how they embed climate change educations in their schools and classrooms to support climate change mitigations and adaptation. I inform you that you can drop your questions in the chat box. We will respond to your questions in the questions and answer sessions later on. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our honorable panelists. Please welcome. Number one, we have Dr. Chong Kui Kian from Brunei Darussalam, the principal of Chung Hua Middle School. Hello, Dr. Chong. How are you today?
Hello.
Good?
Fine, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, next we have Miss Niluh Wayan Puri Wahyuni from Indonesia, teacher of Green School, Bali. Hello, Miss Putri Puri. Okay. Can you check the sound, please? Check the sound. Miss Puri? All right. Okay, let's go to the third. The third is Miss Arlene L. Ibanez from the Philippines, instructor 3 of Palawan State University Laboratory, Junior High School. Hello, Miss Arlene. All right. So we have the fourth panelist. Oh, yeah. We have fourth panelist, Mr. Indra Gunawan from Indonesia, who is also a representative educator from Tanoto Foundation, the principal of MI Muhammadiyah Patik Raja. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you,
All right.
Mr. Anjan?
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have the last but not least, Mr. Sarayut Chanukorn from Thailand. He's a professional level teacher or high school of Sart Father Vitaya School, Chumpon, Thailand. Hello, Mr. Sarayut. Mr. Sarayut.
Hello.
All right. So, I hope you are all well and blessed. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a big challenge and initiative supporting the CCE implementations at school, and we all know that we need to make this initiative explicit through activities in or out of the classroom. So we are going to hear stories from the panelists who work at schools across Southeast Asia countries, and we are going to learn from those who have already set the CCE implementation at school. So now I'd like to welcome Dr. Chong Kui Kian first from the Brunei Darussalam. Okay, hello Dr. Chong Kui Kian. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you
All right.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, crystal clear.
Right.
Okay,
Yes.
so there are two things, doctor, that I want to know. First, I'd like to hear the story of the activities you've been doing in integrating CCE at school. And you may also tell us how climate change education, CCE or CCE, can be integrated into lesson activities. Secondly, I believe that support from the stakeholders is essential. And I believe that you may have a story about the support from the stakeholders and ways to maintain the support given. The time is yours, Dr. Chong Kui Kian.
Right, thank you, Anjo. Well, first of all, let me thank you for the conference organizer to give me this opportunity to share what we actually have been doing in the school to support this climate change education activity. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, so first of all, let me say thank you. And also, I think I started listening to all the keynotes speakers and the workshop. I think we are doing and going at the right directions, and I'm so pleased. And also, really thank you for the conference because there are so many resources that I have been able to get hold of, you know, for the further development in our school. Right. So without much further ado, let me just quickly go to answer your questions, the questions that you raised just now, and to show you and what our school have done to support the climate change education. Right. Are you sharing my slides or I do it myself?
Yeah, we share your slide, I think.
Okay, you share it, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So next slide, please. Okay, now in this few minutes time, I'm going to show you what our school is actually doing in our school as well as in the class. Right, so there will be 3 key points that I'm going to show you. The first one is to show you the latest activities that we are actually doing for our children that is age small. They are actually from age 10 to 12 years old. So this is what they understand by climate change through their poster design. Then I also like to show to you that the green activities that we have been doing before, like before the COVID started, where people can get together to do things. So those are the few activities that I like to show you. And we actually start to introduce to young children as young as when they were at their kindergartens and as they progress up to their secondary level. So what they understand by green activities. And the third things that I like to show to you as well, it's the things that we have been doing and ongoing to support the climate change activity. Next slide, please. Okay, next, please. All right, so these are the poster design that are done by our students to illustrate to you what they understand by pollutions. Right, at the first glance of the drawing, it might look like, say, for example, if you are in a European country, that might, the polluted image might look like a winter scenario where there's no tree. However, if you are from my part of the world, where we are having throughout the year that we have got green trees all around us every day. And suddenly, if that image is appearing in this part of the world, something is seriously wrong. So that's the picture understood by our children, like what happened when there is a climate change that lead to that disaster. Next picture, please.
So the question
right.
Answer by displaying my.
Okay, right. The next photos is also a diagram that shows what children of age 11 understand by global warming. That you can see a polar bear on top of the earth and the ice are actually melting. So these are all the phenomena that actually we were shown by the scientists before our sessions here. So it is, I can very sure that our children actually understand what is actually climate is changing. Right, next slide, please. Okay, so that is another scenario that is painted by the children of what they understood by climate change. Next, please. This is a very powerful pictures, right? You can see the child painted the earth is sick and crying, right? At the side of the drawing, you see deforestation has led to the emissions. You can see the ice is melting and the water level is rising. So it's another powerful pictures to deliver the message of climate change. Next. Thank you. So another one. Another picture that shows river, the water pollutions, and the other side, what happened when the clean water is being polluted. So people all said pictures paint 1,000 words, and these are all the work produced by our young primary kids. So I'm actually quite pleased to see these results. It actually resonates with all what the scientists have mentioned and show us all the data to show us that actually the climate is changing. Next, please. Next pictures. Yeah. So energy is another way, another factor that is making our Earth sick. So it's like what all the keynote speaker were saying, that it's all human activities. So how can we reduce these damaging activities so that we can save our Earth? Next. Right, another painting. So it's very clear to deliver the message that if we don't protect our Earth, this is what a disaster is going to happen. So it's about air pollution, the title. Yeah, next please. So I will go through the picture very quickly because we don't have too much time. Right, and this one I think is a very powerful picture to show us. And you can see the Earth, the good sign is a very small portion compared to the the large portion of it that is being damaged. So it shows that if we do not protect our Earth, that is what we are going to have in the future. We will be left with only a small piece of land that is healthy. All right, and you can see all the pollutions, all the waste that is dumped into the systems. Right, next one, please. Okay, right, these pictures give us the idea, or not the idea, or the act that we should do. It's to reduce, to reuse and recycle so that we will not waste resources. Next. Okay, so another pictures that shows healthy wells and dying wells. Next. I think we nearly finished. Yeah, okay. So another pictures that you can see a healthy environment and a very sick environment. From the drawing, we can see very, very clear message that is delivered from children, that they know climate is changing, and if we don't do something, and that will be the kind of environment we end up with. So I say thank you to our children, and I'm so pleased to show you the work of what our children understand by climate change. Right, the next bits, next slides. Oh, this is the last one, so we just skip this, okay? So thank you. Right, so I like to show you the next part of the activities that we do from our children started when they were very little young, when they were small, as in their kindergarten. Okay, so next. Now, this is a pictures that shows you the activity of parents doing activity with the young children. But if you really look at the pictures, it shows you how much plastic that we have actually produced. The detergents, we need bottles to hold them. And sad to say, we are still producing this. So what are we going to do about this? So this is, I think, a challenge for all of us. So if we stop producing all these containers, how are we and what are we going to do with the detergent that we need to clean our house? So that's a big challenge. So you can see in these pictures that we are inviting the parents actually to reuse these containers to grow plants, right? So next pictures. So this one is another picture to show you our young, our bigger children's when they were in their year 10, year 11. So they participate in ministries levels activity that is to go green. So the children actually join in a green camp and go through a lot of educations and activities to understand about green activities. Next. Right, another programs that we have actually worked with university outside Brunei, and we are making some organic products. All right, next. So these are all also our school initiatives. Is to reduce the use of plastics, so that we don't generate more waste. So our students were encouraged to bring their food container instead of generating more plastic containers for their food and drink. Next. Right, this is another thing that we are actually making organic fertilizers, so that we use these organic waste and generate fertilizers for the school garden as well as for the plants at their home. Next, please. Yeah, so again, all this ongoing activity is cleaning campaign. So we are doing all this cleaning campaign every year, so that we will actually promote cleanliness and to encourage the public not to reduce the waste. When the children actually collected all these waste, we actually weigh them and see how much waste is being generated, and this is being published in the local newspaper. Next. Yeah, so recycling is being encouraged in the school. So we have got different bins for different materials, and all this material will be recycled and collected by the local recycling plants. All right, and you can also see that we have got water dispenser, which is allocated in different locations in school, where children actually collect waters from the water dispenser without have to buy a plastic containing water to drink. Right, last one, I think. Yeah, so this is to show you what is the environment like in our office. So all the papers are being put into this recycle paper box. So again, as regular intervals, the recycling plant will collect the recycled paper, and they use this paper to make into other things. Right, so those are the activities that I like to share with you that the school is doing and ongoing doing. And one thing that I'm really pleased is to say that our children are very, very well aware of the climate is changing, and we all need to do something to protect our earth. Right, so beside what I have shown you is the work of the children in these schools, what happening in the classroom. So I wouldn't have time to show you, but in our science curriculum, geography curriculum, and even our activity after schools, there are a lot of knowledge being generated about climate change. So to me, I feel today's conference is very fruitful, because I really have get hold of so many other resources that we can bring into our classroom. So I say a big and sincere thank you to the conference organizer. Right, lastly, my last slides, yeah. So in my conclusions, concluding remarks, I like to say that the evidence that we have seen just now have shown the clear impact of climate change, and it affected every aspect of life on Earth. So, but how can we conquer this damage. We really need to work together to protect our the damage of Earth through human activities. And school, in my opinion, it's the best place where education of climate change is to begin. So if we all start at the right time, the right pace, and consistent, we will make a change for better tomorrow. So in Brunei, we have more than 100,000 students, which is about a quarter of our national population. It won't go wrong when we start from here. Thank you for your attention, everyone.
Thank you so much for the beautiful story that you have, Dr. Chong. Okay.
Thank you.
We know that we can see that the actions would bring a bigger impact on ourselves and others. And we do believe that the support would always be provided. Now we are moving from Brunei to Indonesia to Miss Puri. I've heard that climate change education is supposedly going from the inside out, meaning you have to touch the soul of the people first before you can make them move. So can you tell me the aspect we should consider before introducing climate change to students, and what kind of initiatives and activities have been done to support the CCE implementation at your school? Again, I will remind you that your time is like around 10 minutes. The time is yours, Ms. Puri.
Thank you, Mr. Anjar. Do you hear my voice clearly?
Clearly. Crystal clear.
Thank you for the introduction and questions. I will just start to answering the first questions. Before we start introducing climate change deeper in our classroom or school, I think it will be important to acknowledge students' feeling on natural disaster that may have happened to them in the past or that happening now. I would like to invite all participants to close your eyes and listen to my voice. Imagine yourself as a 16-year-old teenager, standing in the middle of the flood where everyone around you is panicking, trying to rescue as much as valuable stuff from the house. You are just about to put a BTS poster or your favorite football player up on the wall of your room. Your dream to have a cozy and comfortable room vanishes before your eyes. Now, let's go to extreme example. Imagine a student in your class who might have lost their home because of wildfire and now living in shelter. Imagine a student who might have lost their loved one because of hurricane and still grieving. How does it make you feel? How do you think they feel? If you're starting to feel uncomfortable in your stomach, imagine students. Take a deep breath in. Hold that feeling, the thought. Now take a deep breath out. Let go all of the feeling, while wishing whoever in that experience right now has courage to survive and to thrive. I'm inviting you all to open your eyes. The stress is caused by the worry of climate change, including constant natural disaster and how it affects life itself, called eco-anxiety. This mental issue is real and experienced by mostly teenagers, well known as the Gen Z, indigenous people who live close to nature and rely on nature to survive, and many other communities such as farmers and fishermen. I think in the class, the teacher could ask students to share their experience on the paper if they are not comfortable sharing it with the whole class. From there, you can recognize any concern rise among the students. Slowly, the stress, the fear that they have can be turned into a force to tackle climate change in their daily life. Internal force is the biggest force we can have to do many things. As teacher, we have a limitation to go deeper on student experience, but we are responsible of students' mental growth as much as they are intelligent. Acknowledging students' feeling by knowing the experience that happened to them is important for teacher in preparing their lesson. The analogy: you are about to teaching nutrient or nutritious food to a student who comes to school hungry every day. If you know that fact, will you ignore it and just keep the lesson the way you plan it, or you modified it? I end my answer with the analogy here. I would like to show you my presentation. I'm not sure if it shows right now.
Yeah.
It's my presentation shown in the screen. Next slide, please. I'm continuing to the second answer. What are challenges and initiatives can be done to support CCE? The biggest challenge in climate change, in my opinion, it's not what to start or how to start it, but how to keep the project continuing so that the impact can reach the larger community. We experienced this challenge at Green School. Some of the initiatives we took to handle it include: first one, embedded the CCE program into curriculum. At Green School Bali, in the high school department, there are 5 blocks in a year. Each block consists of 8 weeks of learning. Each block has specific theme, and climate change is one of them. In the climate change theme, all teachers in all subjects suggested to put in climate change education in their class. The second one, project work as a theme. If one member of the team left, the other member are still able to run the project. The third initiative, partner up with organization. We have been working with Surico for sustainable project that we have, Lingis Hijau for our biogas program, and many other company, local and international, in our school project. The last one for me, students are part of the project as a leader or co-worker. One example is the biogas. We'll explain more about biogas in the next slide. I believe there are many more initiatives to handle this challenge. For the last questions, there are many projects run at Green School for the climate change educations. Next slide, please. So we start with our campus. Our campus basically made of bamboo. So if you hear any ambient voice, probably goat voice, that's because of our school doesn't have any wall. That also means the breeze can easily come in and out. So we don't have any aircon, but we do have fan for the hot sunny day. The other pictures is the compost toilet. By using compost toilet, we're reducing up to 60% of water consumption. Next slide, please. So on the energy side, at school, we have solar panel installation and also Vortex. Both of these projects supporting our electricity use. So we are not 100% depend on PLN. PLN is the government electricity supply. Next slide, please. We have Operation Rain or Shine. So we're hoping any project can run even though it's rain or shiny day. On the first one, we call it EHUG. So behind that white building, there's a building on the top of them. There's solar panel installation. That's where when the sun's shining, the energy can capture by the solar panel. And then the other picture, water harvesting projects. When the rain comes, we hoping to harvest as much as rainwater possible and store it in the big tanks. And then we will use it in a different project. Next slide, please. When we're talking about food, before the COVID, the school provided lunch for students. It's a vegetarian lunch. And also we have green water where selling all the product that get from the garden. So the other slide, it's the garden work by students. Every grade have dedicated area for their own garden, so they can work on it, whatever the class decided to have. Next slide, please. Green School hosts many events. One of them Friday market. On every Friday before the COVID, we're inviting local vendor, local farmer to sell their product at school. So instead of go to the market and using vehicles, so we're just inviting to come to the school to sell their product. And also a sustainable solution. We're dedicating one day to talk about solution of the climate change and pollution. So we're inviting organization or a person come to school to showcase their product and their solution to certain issues. Next slide, please. At Green School, we have providing student personal projects. So students can come up with any project that they want to dig deeper. One of them, there's one on the left side, student change maker. His Gusdame, he's creating a device which is kind of stairs that can generate electricity. So when you step on it, electricity generate. The other pictures, it's about by plastic bag. One of the organization initiated by students. They both on the picture, their sister. They both graduate right now. Their mission is really clear to reduce single plastic bag in Bali, and they have many programs. One of them just happened this weekend, which is the biggest Bali beach cleanup. And then the picture on below, she's Clover Hogan. She's actually the one who introduced me to the concept eco-anxiety. She presenting about eco-anxiety in her last year of Green School. If you would like to know more about eco-anxiety, you can visit her website. She is the founder of Force to Natures right now, and she got many TEDx talks that you can watch and visit with your students. So if they want to learn about eco-anxiety, I think she's the right person for you to show it to students. My next slides will be a video. This is the BioBus projects, one of the projects that runs throughout the year and initiated by the students. You can play it.
So we realized we had to step in, and we take the used cooking oil and we use it to, we recycle it. We make biodiesel. And it's running completely on biofuel, which is amazing.
It's a dream come true for holistic learning, the BioBus.
The learning opportunities that are behind that are huge.
Teaches you a different aspect. It's different from school.
I'm learning so much, and it makes you think it changes your mindset on certain things.
I mean, it does so much more than just educate. It actually provides real-world solutions.
is a small thing we're starting, and that it grows bigger so that all of Bali will be using clean transportation, and that it could send a message to all people around the world. They can do this too, and it's like, it's a lot of work, but it can be done.
Thank you. I think in conclusion, to end my presentation, we're part of the problem and also part of the solution. So act now and start now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Puri, for the marvelous informations as well as the experience that you've already shared. Okay, we should provide our students with environmental awareness and start to act in our scope. Well, I can't wait to hear stories from other panelists. Now we are going to Ms. Arlene L. Ibanez from the Philippines. Sending the message to the world can be started within a small area. Could you tell us the important message you bring CCE in your area? And I think we agree that we need strong leadership for the CCE. You may also give us the guideline on how CCE in your school is being managed by the leader of the program. While you can also share with us challenges you face and initiative that has been done to support the CCE implementations at your school with the activities presented. Your time is 10 minutes. Please, Ms. Arlene.
Thank you, Mr. Anchar. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, very
Yes,
clear.
thank you. So, my name is Arlene Ibanez. I am from Palawan State University Laboratory Junior High School and currently working as instructor 3. Now, to answer your question, what are the importance messages you bring into I bring in my area? So there are 3 key points that I would like to share with you. Can I request someone to please? Ayan, that's it. The 3 key points key point ideas that I would like to share to everyone are the following. So first is the students' awareness. So as a student, as a science teacher and educator, I would like to inculcate the mind of my students the important role they play in protecting our environment. I have to make them understand that global climate change is largely caused by human activities. These human activities should be changed to mitigate or lessen the problem in climate change. A way of doing this by raising awareness and promoting knowledge and skills development that will guide the young students to contribute in fighting the problem of climate change. I believe that educating our students is tantamount to promoting unity in making this earth a better place to live in. So that's the important message that I would like to bring in my area. Now, to answer the second question of Mr. Anchar, what are the challenges and initiatives that can be done? So first, for challenges, I encountered at least 2 as a science teacher. When it comes to climate change education, I observed that I need to establish to the students their role as protector of the environment and not the destroyer. I observed that students only do their role just for compliance sake of their requirements in their subject and not doing it their own initiative. After they have finished their requirement, some of them do not apply in their daily life, but they have learned. Just like, for example, the waste segregation. Only few of them are action takers. So it is very important to remind them again and again until it becomes a part of their daily routine, and unconsciously, their simple acts of applying what they learned is already saving the environment. Another challenge that I have encountered is how to involve the parents in the implementation of the policy so that their children will develop self-discipline. Like, for example, in proper waste management, and for them to become a part of their system and daily routine. Thus, a strong connection with the parents is an important key to the strict implementation of the government policies in mitigating climate change. Lastly, to answer the third question of Mr. Anjar, that to answer this, do you think the headmaster of the chief of the program supposed to lead all the time? Yes, I agree that an effective leader sets a good example. Consistency in applying what we implement is very powerful. So proper monitoring should be observed inside and outside the classroom. So they can strengthen the programs by giving reward and recognition that will inspire the faculty, students, and parents as well. Through this, there is unity in saving the earth. Now, for classroom climate change activities that we have, I prepared at least 3. Can I request next slide, please? So as educator, how can we involve our learners to appreciate or show care to our to earth we live in? So these are the different activities we have in our classroom in order for us to help mitigate climate change. So first we have trash to cash. So in this activity, students are required to collect trash in respective houses. They have 3 options to dispose their collected trash in order to comply this requirement. First option is they can sell that collected trash to the junk shop and save the money for their own expenses. Another option is they can sell the collected trash and donate the money to the needy through their school organization like science club, etc. And lastly, another option is they can sell the trash collected and donate the money for the fund of their organization. Now, this performance task increases awareness among students that there is money in trash. This can be a source of fund and at the same time, a wiser way to save the earth. And of course, this reduces waste that destroys the environment. This little act gears to the goal of fighting climate change. Now, next slide, please. Another classroom project we have is bottled soft drinks chair. Next slide, please. So in this activity, we have the students are required to collect 1.5 or 2 liter bottle of soft drink. Then each student is required to complete a minimum of 5 bottles and a maximum of 10 to comply. Now, once they completed the number of bottles they are required, these bottles would be used to create a bench or a stool chair, just like in the picture, depending on the size they want. They will bind it together and wrap it with a packaging tape or duct tape and form a stool chair or a bench. Then, this is not an individual project. This is a group project through the leadership of the classroom officers. The classroom officers facilitate the progress and realization of their project until the semester ends. And lastly, we have the policy in our classroom so that they will remember its importance and urgency of doing it. This is what we call drinking tumbler ko, always dala ko. This means we should always bring our drinking tumbler or drinking bottle whenever we are in and outside of our classroom. In this activity or in this policy, we ask our students bring their own drinking bottle or tumbler. This was during face-to-face classes. They are required to bring this and use whenever they get drinking water from our water dispenser in our classroom. The goal is to minimize the buying bottled water and produce a large quantity of trash. This is also to show support to the city ordinance in reducing the use of plastics. In this way, plastic bottle will be lessened. And of course, at their early age, they will be aware of their responsibility to reduce waste. So those are the different classroom practices we had. So we, as a teachers, the keys for our students to be involved in these practices in mitigating climate change. These are just some. You can still add your own way, and if you have not yet done, you can adapt our classroom practice. To conclude with my sharing, so I think the conclusion is the climate change is a serious problem that cannot be solved alone. Everyone in living this world should do his part to solve this issue. We need to do something in our little own ways. So we have to start practicing 5 R's. According to Helen Keller, alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. Another saying from Henry Ford, he said that coming together is beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. So let us do our part in fighting and solving the problems caused by climate change. Together, we can save the earth. So that's all, Mr. Anjar, of what I can share today. Thank you very much for your time to listen. I hope you adapt our classroom project. Thank you.
Okay, super interesting sharing from Miss Arlene Elibanez. Thank you very much. Okay, we are blessed that you and your community could send a strong message to the people around you that we need to act now and bring a good impact to our Mother Nature. Leadership is needed to support the powerful impact of the CCE in the future. Now, we move back to Indonesia to hear the success story from Mr. Indra Gunawan. As we know, there are many movements and initiatives that have been taken in Indonesia. I want to know what makes you and your school community decide to support CCE. And also, we believe that the decisions must be followed by the challenges and initiatives. What are the challenges you faced, and what kind of initiatives and activities have been done to support your decision? Your time, 10 minutes, sir. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anja. To answer your let me display my PPT. Could somebody help me to show the PPT, please? Or should I share myself?
You can use our PPT, sir. Our team would help you. All right.
I cannot share my PPT from my... Oh, there was. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anja, for... Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Indra Gunawan. I am the school principal of Madrasah Ibtidaiyah Muhammadiyah Patik Raja, Central Java, Indonesia. We will share several initiatives taken by our school to environment and climate change issue. Next slide, please. Okay, 10 years ago, we have built 2 infiltration wells, which is used as rainwater catchers, so that the water does not stream into the sea, but we put it in the ground to preserve groundwater. Next slide, please. Next, we have changed the school administration to be paperless or e-administration to reduce the use of paper in our school. We have been doing this for almost 2 years. For example, digital library, and we also create a digital report. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Another example, we also drives where we save all school administrative data, attendance, etc. As a result, we have saved paper requirement of 80%. Next slide. Our school annual exhibition for 6th graders, where they have to think critically to solve environmental problems, including reuse and recycling waste into useful item. In this slide, you can see Maharaja Extravaganza event. Great students show their recycled product and sold them. Next slide. And in this slide, you can see another event. We call it Toys Bazaar, where the students donate toys which they don't use or play anymore. The toy will be used by other kids who need it. Okay, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, educating the children about the environment is indeed everyone's responsibility. Therefore, we hold some event to educate them about climate change. In this picture, the 6th grade students were writing their aspiration for better earth during Kalimantan forest fires. Next slide. We also do a drama performance about Kalimantan forest fire, so students could feel the damage it had. Okay, next slide. Another way of raising children awareness is through art. We ask students to draw the recent environmental issues in Indonesia and present how they can participate to reduce the impact of climate change. Next slide. For the next project, we will transform Madrasah Ibtidaiyah Muhammadiyah Patik Raja into circular school and become zero waste school. Yeah, inshallah, we can accomplish the project with, and it will be done continuously every year. Next slide. Why circular and zero waste? Actually, student, teacher, and other schools member every day. Meanwhile, school has very limited space to relocate the waste. As we know, some non-organic material thrown into the land are very hard to be destroyed. There are, next slide. There are several stages needed to do to achieve that goal. First, start with educating the children, integrate it with curriculum, and in which teachers have to educate students about the type of waste and what is the impact if the waste just collected and thrown carelessly. Next slide. Second, our school prepare trash bin into separate organic and non-organic waste. We put 3 trash bins in every classroom so students can practice in separating waste themselves. Next slide. As you can see in the picture, these are the amount of waste from some places they have brought from home and school. Through our program, we are collecting the waste every day. All non-organic waste will be sold to a waste bank. We call it bank sampah to be recycled. From there, the school will receive some amount of money from the bank. This money is like sodako from the student. We use the money to provide better facilities and infrastructure for more sustainable waste management in the school. Next slide. Moreover, the organic waste will be managed by the school itself. We will transform it into organic compost. In the picture, you can see a green bag to process the organic waste and turn it into organic fertilizer. We to grow our own yard. We are also involving students to learn the process of making the compost. The project is aimed to be done continuously every year. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, our God has given this earth for us to take care of, take sufficient resources for our lives, make sure this earth is still a comfortable place to live for our children and grandchildren. Simple action can bring about a big impact on earth. Let's educate the children to save the earth, start with ourselves. Okay. That's all my presentation today, Mr. Anjar. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Indra. I have one specific question, actually, sir. So there is one specific characteristic that you're synthesizing between the term sodako and the social movement you've made. Why is it so important and unique for Indonesia?
Okay. In the study of Islam, the concept of sadaqah part of is a core part that cannot be separated, especially with regard to religious transformation as an agent of change. I want to initiate the management of inorganic waste, which has been ignored by society, into something which has economic values. The economic values of the waste will be donated to school to be able to provide better facilities and infrastructure for waste management in our school. So everything will rotate there. The good things is we help managing inorganic waste produced by the student and their families, and we that impact of waste in our environment and get a little economic value from these activities as operational cost.
All right. Thank you so much for your fruitful sharing, Mr. Indra Gunawan.
Okay.
This could be part of our spirit together, the whole nations to take actions together.
Okay,
great power comes with great responsibility. Thank you so much, sir. So now we are going to listen to the story from Thailand. This is another story from Mr. Sarayut Sanokorn. Mr. Sarayut, we would love to hear the story about the integrations of CC in your school, especially with the challenges, initiative, and the support from the stakeholder, and how you finally put all the ideas and support into activities with the society that can be integrated into lesson activities. The time is yours, Mr. Sarayut Chanakorn.
Thank you, Mr. Anja. Okay, and good afternoon to all participants today. Okay, I would like to talk about climate change education in Thailand. Okay, please show the slide, please. Okay, there are three main topics. We have three key points of this climate change education in Thailand. The challenge that can be done to support the CC implementation at school is the integration of local context and teacher professional development to support the student to take action as a citizen. And the support of the stakeholders is to educate students, listen their voice, and take action together for sustainability. And the last key point is the CCE has to be integrated with a variety of subject areas and teaching strategies by students collaborating with the team to think, make a decision about solutions, communicate with to the stakeholders, take actions, and reflect on the outcome of the action. So next question. Next slide, please. Okay, the challenge that can be done to support the CCE implementation at school is the integration of local context to the class, which focuses on the connection between students and the place they are living. Okay, so learners are provided to learn using scientific practices to know the problems by themselves. They have to reflect on their own about what the significance of climate change knowing is, to raise awareness and motive for action. According to the Thailand curriculum that is fixed by the standard and indicators about knowledge and skill, and we are struggling with the time, limited time, they can't perform some action in the school time. So the challenge is managing students' time and how to connect the feeling within class to outside class to act. So on the other hand, we have to continue figuring out the question, how should teachers teach them? So another challenge is the teacher professional development. They have to decide the lesson plan involving climate change and teach with active activities to raise the motive for actions and drive the student to look at the problem we have to take responsibility for together. The initiative can be done by building their teachers' community of practices. That is one of the ways to develop the teacher's ability. And finally, the last challenge is to raise the characteristic of citizens who live in our democratic society to be like a democratic partnership. They can voice their opinions to transform on their own and social, not only sharing the behavior to save the environment, but they also have to truly act to make a challenge. This is for the sustainability. This is the challenge and initiative. Okay. So the next question about the stakeholder. So I would like to say about climate change because we have known that the cause of the climate change is a complex problem. It's difficult to solve this problem alone. It requires a variety of actions from all stakeholders. The achievement of the project may depend on the cooperation of the stakeholder because the environmental problem is too big for us to handle alone, or just one group to take action. We need to solve it from the root of the problem, that is human activities. Please, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. The stakeholder has an important role in action with their students. In my experience, I have a chance to work with the community leaders, local wisdom, who live in the community and they know what way we can sustain life with nature. They have the intervention to use natural resources and how to treat them for sustained life. And another part is policymakers and health staff who have the duty to work for the people in the local and provide the policy or any project for the local, which are people who permit the project for doing the project. That's important. On the other hand, the student join for our school. The student join the project Trash Hero Thailand. Next slide, please. Trash Hero Thailand, which is the world organization to conserve the sea coast. The organization creates a course for students to enhance their awareness for actions. They act to solve the problem together in the areas. Okay, thank you. This is for the stakeholder. Okay, I'm going to move to the last question about the activity. I have been doing integrated CCE at the school. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the CCE activity can be integrated with other subjects that address the environmental problem. In order to solve the complicated problem, we need to combine a variety of subject areas, which include knowledge, skills, and willingness to act. I have experience teaching at the environmental elementary school level by integrating science, technology, engineering design process, and mathematics. Allowing the student to be the focal point of the class requires them to collaborate with team to think, make a decision, to plan their implementation, take action, and reflect on the outcome of the action. They need to repeat this process in multiple loops in order to obtain a solution to communicating with their parents and neighbors. Moreover, they offer the solution to the community's leader, who is one of the members in the local community. The student act as a citizen to voice the problems we face today and in the future. So I would like to share our project I have been doing with the elementary school students. The project is the Loving Way to the Mud Pond Island. That is my project with the student. It followed the local problem caused by rising temperatures. The students live with and observe the changes in the local area, discovering that the sea level was rising every year. Obviously, the sea coast is being destroyed as a result of the violent waves and sea water creeping into the continent where they live. And furthermore, sea level rise has an impact on the local way of life, cultures, and traditions. So, okay, I would like to talk a bit about Mud Pond Island. Is the closest to the mainland. In the past, people could walk on the sand dunes to pray to the monks on this island, which has always been an annual event. Unfortunately, because of the rising sea levels and violent waves, they can no longer walk to the island. The seawater is over the sand dunes walking way to the island. As a result, the students are not ignorant to the problem. They would like to consider how we can overcome it. And I encourage students to talk about this problem. Then they tell to their parents about it, ask them for more information about their community in the past, and they tell to the story they received to their friends. So I ask students to discuss how they can solve the problem in the short term and long term. They offer to solve the problem by designing a prototype of a bridge which crosses the sea and connects the island to the mainland. Students propose long-term solution to community leaders and decision makers by connecting with them and suggesting possible actions. Moreover, they record the video to broadcast to their community citizens. So 2 years ago, now, the change as a result of this activity is the development of a sand dunes walking path to Matapon. So the students value their ability to use their voices to affect change in their community and to motivate them to do more for the community. Okay, you can show the slide for next slide, please. Okay, this is the activity that occur in the classroom and outside the classroom, within the classroom and outside the classroom on the beach. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the prototype they are create. Okay, next. Okay, thank you. Next. This is the activity picture. So, yeah, they reflect on the outcomes and think about the possibility to adjust the prototype, record the video, and communicate to the stakeholders. Okay, next. Okay, and now I am a secondary school teacher. I am doing the project to collaborate with our stakeholders in the community to take action as a youth club. They show the willingness to act as a standing point to the school director. And they also offer the environmental policy to the school director to plan and action together. More than that, they work with the outsider, that is Trachilo Thailand, which is one of the organizations we work together with. Okay, this is the picture. This slide is tell about the Trachilo teams organize the event to educate the students who are interested to the climate change. Okay, we initiate the project to solve the waste problem in the community and conserve the sea coast. And moreover, I encourage the student to think about the project in the subject and actualize the project with the stakeholders. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the activity with a stakeholder with Trash Hero. Next slide, please. Okay, we combine the problem to our subject to teach them. Okay, next. Okay, this is training activity for the waste in the school and community for classroom leaders to think about what way we can do to solve the problems about the waste in the school and community. Okay, next. Okay, and the high school students operate the science camp for elementary school students to develop their leadership and elaborate their idea to others. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is activity, community work activity to survey the community and take some action to develop the local area with the stakeholders. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the activity in the community work activity. Next, please. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Next, please. Okay, for conclusions, I would like to say to all, it's time to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts by letting the students know the world problems by using scientific practices. Start from their community and take action for their future living to others, living things in the ecosystem and mankind. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share. Thank you, Mr. Anja, and all participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sarayut, for the great experiences shared and lots of inspiring activities. From the story, we could see that a good strategy will be needed to execute CCE in our school. A good strategy would bring more effectiveness and efficiency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come into the questions and answer sessions. I'd like to call out all the participants to take part in these sessions by posting questions to the chat box. And I already have one question. Okay, this question would be delivered to Dr. Chong. Dr. Chong, are you here? Okay. Dr. Chong, there's like one question here. From your experience teaching about climate change, what is the biggest challenge to teaching it? And what are the common aspects, lessons that you have taught in your curriculum context?
Right. The challenges that I think at the moment it's data, So it is very easy to say sea level is rising, ice is melting, right? But we are living in this part of the world. Our children have never even seen ice or snow on top of the mountain. You see, so it's about creating and showing the evidence and the data to convince the children that climate change is happening. So that is the biggest challenge, I think, for our part here, right? There is no doubt that there is evidence like observations showing like flooding and temperature change that we are experiencing now. So what then the challenge is, how can you convince them this little change will impact us tremendously as it is portrayed by the scientists? Because what we have here now, it's like the projection. If we don't do something now, that is what's going to happen. So it is like a projection. So how do you actually know? So that, I think, is the challenge. So regarding the into the curriculum, so what if you can remember, during the course of our conference just now, there was a questions about to get our hand dirty or androids. You see, so a lot of these educations that we are doing, it's theory. So in our classroom, we talk about deforestations, right? So do we actually go and cut down the trees? So what we see, right? We only see it. So in the classroom, a lot of the time it's about theory, not hands-on.
Right.
Yeah, so we learn too much about theory. Even if we do hands-on, it will be like on a mini scale, which I think in the workshop just now, there were some very nice activities that I actually think it will be a very good resources to bring into the classroom. It's like building the mini territorium, right? And also like the games is again another theory and android things. It is not really activity, a hands-on one. However, I have actually learned from our panelists just now that they actually have shown some hands-on activity, which I think they are really good. And thank you for sharing. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chong, for this experience and also for the explanations of these questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to end this. It's been an honor to be among such accomplished individuals and to be able to present panelists' perspective before you all. I had my best wishes for a successful and fruitful panel discussion in the future, and many thanks to all organizers and participants. We're looking forward to an excellent CCE discussions in the future. I'm Anjar Dwiastono, would like to share my warm regards to you all. Let's save our Mother Earth. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Thank you, all the panelists. Bye-bye, see you.
Our agenda for today, we will have an initiative commitment to collect the initiatives in utilizing the power of climate change education to adapt and mitigate climate change. We kindly invite policymakers, educators, and the youths to join this initiative. And we'll be having Miss Libby Sujesi to lead the session. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Libby Sujesi.
Hi everyone, thank you for staying with us until the end of the session. We're almost there. My name is Libis. I'm very honored to be here with you today on behalf of the organizers, Office for Climate Education under the auspices of the UNESCO, Saka Guru Pratama Foundation, SEAMEO, and our sponsors and partners. So we actually asked some questions yesterday, and in one of the questions we asked was, what is the primary cause of a changing climate? And the results are very, very interesting. We can see in this in the slide here that a lot of you voted that the cause of climate change is not because of us humans, but for the past 2 days we heard that it's because of us. Have you paid attention to your surrounding? The evidence of a more changing climate is clear through more frequent transport. For example, in Thailand last year, Typhoon Ray was the 15th and among the deadliest of the tropical storms, and there were 300,000 people sent to shelter in the evacuation centers. And or do you know that I'm here in Jakarta, and probably you've heard in the past today that we are sinking. It's not just us actually in Jakarta. The researchers found that the burden of coastal flood risk and future sea level rise disproportionately affect on tropical regions, especially us in Southeast Asia. And under a 1 meter sea level scenario, which is predicted to happen in the year 2100, it seems that it's a future. 28 million people in Vietnam, 28 million in Indonesia, and 23 million in Thailand would be living in a zone at high risk of frequent coastal flooding. You can see here a picture in Jakarta actually. There are many other catastrophes in the region in Southeast Asia that went unreported, we believe, including extreme weather events, flooding, and so many more. So we heard about the impact of the changing climate. But do you know what is the causes? What would be the causes of changing climate? Because we saw the survey earlier, and probably you haven't heard that before. So in 2019, did you know around 3 million hectares of areas had been burned in Indonesia, and it's actually an area as big as Vietnam. And nearly a third of this total estimated burnt area consisted of peatland. Peatlands are carbon-rich soils that accumulate as plants decay slowly waterlogged plants. It takes a very, very long time, over thousands of years, making it a very carbon-dense ecosystem, perhaps the most carbon-dense on Earth. So when peat burns, it actually releases ancient carbon into the atmosphere, adding to the heat-trapping greenhouse gases that cause climate change. And we are in the middle of a new era. An era we entered since the industrial revolution. So we are now in the middle of Anthropocene, where our actions, human actions, have become the main driver of global environmental change. So we are the cause, and this could see human activities push the Earth system outside the stable environmental state of the Holocene. So sure, thousands of decades ago, the changing climate caused by nature, and it was called the Holocene, with consequences that are detrimental or even catastrophic for a large part of the world. And during this Holocene, the environmental change occurred naturally, and the Earth's regulatory capacity maintained the conditions that enabled human development, our development. Regular temperatures, freshwater availability, and biogeochemical flows all stayed within a relatively narrow range until the Anthropocene hit. Now, largely because of our rapidly growing reliance on fossil fuels, industrial farms, and agriculture, forest fires, a lot of our activities have reached a level that could damage the systems that keep our Earth in the desirable Holocene state. And this result could be irreversible, and in some cases, abrupt environmental change, leading to a state less conducive to our development. So now, we could ask, what is the cost of carbon? And can we bear it? Can we, human, bear it? Can the nature bear it? So let's instead imagine a post-carbon world. We can ask, whose nature is it that we're challenging today? And whose nature is it that we are trying to master? So a lot of years ago, many years ago, a scientist called Rachel Carson said that the human race is challenged more than ever before to demonstrate our mastery, not over the nature, but over ourselves. Would you think scientists alone can solve the problem of climate change? Would you think, what would you think our role today? So we can consider, while scientific understanding is key, it cannot offer all solutions, and it needs collaboration with other disciplines, with us, educators, parents, and so many more. So the shifting in the larger narrative from climate change to climate justice, from science to society, frames it as an ethical and political issue rather than a purely physical or scientific one. And this framework invites other disciplines to the conversation and helps us see a collective path forward. It takes away from focus from only science and breaks the paralysis of climate change. So we heard that before from Green School Bali. They were talking about eco-anxiety. So as teachers, as parents, have you realized that your students, your children, might have experienced more intense anxiety than ever before? It was an anxious time for students and youths already before the pandemic, not just us adults, and now even more so. Students and youths are deeply aware of the challenges ahead and are concerned for their futures. The relevance of their learning to their future careers and lives is more important to them more than ever before. They're eager to make a difference, to be part of the solution, to shape the world that they will inhabit. So what could you do as educators to support these kids, to support them? You need to stop limiting the way they think, but rather appreciate the way they think, the hard work they have been putting in, and support them with the discipline, knowledge, and skills that will be very critical for them. So does this conference aim to answer how will education preserve the environment? How will education tackle the climate crisis? So another questions we asked yesterday was, would climate change education is a strong solution to improve adaptation? And some of you have agreed. Some of you have agreed. Some of you have not agreed. And another question we asked was, is your role in teaching, learning, and educating these kids or other people with a focus in climate change is extremely important for them or to the society? Some of you agree, some of you strongly agree, and some of you still strongly disagree. We hope for the past 2 days, for those of you who haven't agreed to the statement, you will move to the population of the agree. You will agree to that climate change education is important. So when you think about education, right, can you think of any similarities with renewable energy? Well, first, they are both solutions to the climate crisis, yes, but they are both have similar impacts, big impacts. Have you thought about that before? So research shows that climate education can help reduce emissions as much as our best technological innovations, as you can see here between climate change education and renewable energy. While also climate change education can reduce people's vulnerabilities to acute and chronic environmental hazards. So when education helps students to develop a strong personal connection to climate solutions, as well as a sense of personal agency and empowerment, it can also have a consequential impact on our students' daily behaviors and finally making decisions that reduce their overall lifetime environmental footprint. Therefore, the new agenda of learning is to aspire to develop a larger climate action vision and coordinate currently disjointed activities across various actors in the education system. So, do you think teaching and learning alone are not enough? These students are anxious. We saw that our children, students, youths are anxious. So rather than reaching simply more facts, we need to help them grapple with the complexity of emotions around climate disruption. So a scientist called Yul Gurgis said before that scientists, they're often quick to reach more facts rather than grapple with the complexity of our emotions, our humans' emotions. As the long history of humanity's response to the climate crisis has shown us human, processing information purely on intellectual level isn't enough. So, how many trees do you see in this picture? Can you count them one by one? You know what? You don't need to do so because there's a technology to do that, and I get excited when I read about satellite imagery and advances such as the ability to map every tree on Earth. Can you imagine that before? But the point is, what good will such a map be if, like Death Stars, these trees are only reminders of what once was? The challenges we are facing today are increasingly in the category of wicked problems. And wicked problems have complex interdependencies and they absolutely devise simple solutions. Students are aware of these challenges. They are eager to make a difference. Solving such problems will require us to transcend the disciplinary thinking and develop the ability to work collaboratively in multidisciplinary themes without losing the integrity of disciplinary knowledge. For example, right, if you are a science teacher, you need to work with a language teacher to be able to literate your students, your youth, your kids. And to prepare youth and students for the future, we will need to help them transcend a myopic mindset that puts on disciplinary blinkers and ignores the forces for the trees earlier. So we will need to guide youths and students to ask, why must I take classes that have nothing to do with my interests, with my major? As educators, as adults, as parents, as humans, we are called today to innovate and reinvent ourselves. So our children, our nephews, our nieces, our students, our youths will not only have productive careers, but also meaningful lives in an uncertain future. Let's see one of the best examples of this collaborative thinking. Did you know that Office for Climate Education, the organizer of this event, has adopted interdisciplinary and collaborative approaches to climate change education? One of their projects, ALEC, Latin America for Climate Educations, they collaborate with the local collaborator and a big corporation. And they also adapt to the local context. Actually, there are so many more other initiatives we have heard in this conference for the past 2 days that we could learn from and probably talk to them. How do you start that? And these examples of initiatives are only proof that interdisciplinary and collaborative mindsets are required to achieve the best outcomes in educating our children, students, and youths. Today, we understand what needs to be done. In reimagining how we engage youths and students, let us be bold. Let me repeat again, let us be bold and consider redesigning our curricula and students' experiences. So rather than be constrained in disciplinary silos, let us organize our programs and even our institutions around large themes that are contextual and place-based, involving community, and are action-oriented for the sustainable futures. Let us also invite our students to apply the knowledge they get from the classrooms to find solutions that make a difference in their local and global communities. Let us create collaborative research groups of faculty, you as teachers, and your students using interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary lenses to seek solutions for a post-carbon society. Sir, do these past 2 days make you feel called to action? We really hope so. What we have done together for the past 2 days is only the beginning, in this region at least. We hope a lot of more participants have a better look and understanding of the significance of your role as educators and climate change education in general. We are very pleased to see your enthusiasm for the past 2 days. We believe that the outcomes from this event can make you feel more call to action with more education. And this call to action is something that is ultimately going to propel the changes that we need. This type of call to action for this generation is what is going to take to be able for us to create changes that we need in our world. Our future is in their hands. Thank you.
Hands together for Miss Libby Sejasi. How thought-provoking it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be providing you with an e-certificate. So you can acquire one by filling the survey, which you can find in the link we are giving you in the chat box. And for our friends, our fellow teachers who are joining us through our YouTube channel, you can also find the link we are providing you in the comment box. And we are telling you once again that this survey is compulsory to those who want to acquire a certificate from this conference. And it's time for us to thank once again all participants who are joining this initiative commitment in utilizing the power of climate change education to adapt and mitigate climate change. And we are coming to the last agenda for the 2-day CCE virtual conference, and it's time for us to invite Dr. Kritsachai Somsaman, the Deputy Director, Administration and Communication of the SEAMEO Secretariat, that will be delivering the closing remarks on behalf of Dr. Ethel Agnes P. Valenzuela, Director of the SEAMEO Secretariat. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Kritsachai Somsaman. Hello, Dr. Somsaman. How are you today? Sorry, it seems that your microphone is still muted, so you may want to check the microphone once again. Okay, so our team is working on it to enable your microphone. Okay, would you please check whether you can turn on the microphone now?
All right, I think you can hear me well now.
Yes, we can hear you. So how are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm glad to join this excellent conference today.
Likewise, pleasure is also ours. So the floor is over to you.
Thank you so much, OMC. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from SEAMEO Secretariat headquarters in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm Dr. Kritsachai Somsaman, the Deputy Director of Administration and Communication here at SEAMEO Secretariat. On behalf of the Director of SEAMEO Secretariat, Dr. Ethel Agnes Pascual Valenzuela, I'm very pleased and honored to join this Southeast Asia Virtual Conference on Climate Change Education 2022, Collaborative Efforts and Initiatives for Our Earth. From the very beginning of the conference until now, we have experienced very productive and insightful discussions on all the important issues of climate change education, or CCE. With the very productive and insightful discussions, I'm very pleased to see that the objective of this virtual conference have all met. The conference has helped create a deep understanding of climate change issue, which will definitely lead to the enforcement of climate change education from policymakers. And the knowledge occurred from the discussions could help strengthening the role of educators in providing comprehensive knowledge of climate change into their lesson in school. And indeed, the involvement of youth, which come to share their perspective and thought, is so important to push forward the agenda, which would need close collaboration from various stakeholders and would lead into a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, SEAMEO, as an intergovernmental organization established among the governments of 11 Southeast Asian countries to promote cooperation in education, science, and culture. We have realized the significance of climate change education and the need for collaboration across sector to tackle the climate crisis. In our new strategic plan for 2021 to 2030, we have brought the climate change adaptation into one of our 7 priority areas in science. And all our regional centers, which has their focus in science, are all expand these priority areas into their implementation plan. This conference is one of the efforts which our SEAMEO Regional Center for Quality Improvement for Teacher and Education Personnel, or SEAMEO QITEP in Science from Indonesia, has provided to the community and to the world. Thanks for collaboration with the Office for Climate Change Education, Saka Pratama Foundation. This virtual conference turned out to be a big success. In closing, I would like to bring back His Excellency Minister Nadiem Makarim's statement from the opening speech to remind us that it is imperative to integrate climate change education into our school curriculums so that we can benefit from the hidden knowledge of the local and can bring the full emancipated mind and genius of our collective society to this defining crisis of our generation. Once again, we believe collaboration across sectors is crucial in the fight against climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samisaman. Ladies and gentlemen, our friends and fellow teachers, another friendly reminder to once again fill in the form in order to obtain a certificate from this conference. So please kindly click the link we're giving you through our chat box in our Zoom room, or find the link we are providing you in the comment box through our YouTube channel, or you can simply scan the barcode we're showing you on screen right now. So ladies and gentlemen, it means that we finally come to the end of today's agenda, and on behalf of the organizer, thank you all for making time to join us here for 2 days of CCE virtual conference. Let's strengthen the collaboration. Let's work hand in hand to collaborate together to fight against the climate change. And we thank our lead partners once again, Pusat Belajar Guru Kudus, Tanoto Foundation, Bank Sentral Asia, Quark International, and Dexa Medica. It's been a wonderful journey, but it's time for me, Selvin Gianita, to sign off as your master of ceremony of the conference. Stay safe, stay healthy, take very good care, and let's hope the pandemic will end soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye.